Jeff, for the question. Equal parts.
Oh my gosh. Do you know what we're here for?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch. That's too much, man.
Consequences.
Oh, another curtain. It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction in the 20th century.
It's science.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Me creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's science.
Right now. Right now.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Jesus, I say that.
Climate and everything are the same word.
That's hot.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Well, happy Father's Day, everybody. Also, Sunday Funday. Good to see us all gathered here together. Probably gonna need one another for this journey we're about to take. So, buckle up, folks. We're about to traipse through the field of despair. Wow, a lot of people here already. Feel like I'm definitely gonna miss some people. Actually, no. I still have the whole chat in front of me. Shakespeare, Moa Noah, Disco Wolf, 123, Robot Cat, Mrs. Jenge, who else? Selena. Who else did I have? Soul Life, Aaron W. EKK, Sticks Dragon. I think I got everybody in there, but I'm not 100% sure. It can be difficult when you have such a big space, fans. Alright, now... got some stuff to talk about here today. The list is long. And arduous.
Phrasing?
And, I guess we'll start in the same place as usual. But first, figured we'd watch a fun little video about dads.
Hey, Garrett, it's Dad calling, wishing you the best of best birthdays. I hope I got the date right. I'm sure I did.
I just love the look on the bird's face. I hope I got the day right. I'm sure I did. Then the eyes, it's just so good. Oh my god, short and sweet. Okay. Now, we're gonna get back to the usual place that we start. Wait, what did I just do? I feel like there's something I was supposed to close, but I didn't. Oh god. I'm sure it's fine. I feel like that. Bird Dad. Okay, let's go on to the meat of the day here, starting with the gun violence that we are exposed to every single goddamn day here in the United States that somehow is just never ending. Today was especially upsetting to me because I was like, I wanted to have fun today. I was like, you know what, we're gonna have fun. It's Sunday Fun Day and then Father's Day. And then my feed was bombarded with shooting after shooting from one coast to the other. And so we're gonna have to look at some of it, and for that I am sorry.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
I guess we'll start like I described it. On the West Coast. First in Compton. This is from NBC LA, where a man opened fire on a sheriff's helicopter and was then gunned down by police. So 2 instances of gun violence in one.
An investigation is unfolding right now in Compton after a man on the roof of a home right here was shot and killed by deputies. Now, we're told that that man at one point was shooting at a sheriff's department helicopter.
NBC4's John Caddy's Klimak live on the scene this morning with new details from detectives. John, this was an absolutely wild situation out there. Do we know anything about this man?
So the only thing we know about him is he was apparently in his 30s and he lived at the home where the sheriff's department came to last night. I want to show you what's happening right now on the roof of that home. The county coroner, the medical examiners, they are here now. They need to remove the body from the roof so that they can take it back to the county morgue as the investigation into what happened last night continues. News Chopper 4 overhead last night kind of shows you what was happening down below. We had to blur the body as it was laying there on the rooftop.
Okay, yeah. Got too many of these to look at, so we can't watch this whole thing. But there's no clear motive as to why this guy was shooting at the helicopter in the first place. But yeah, it's just one of many instances of gun violence that have occurred here in the last day. Or I guess 48 hours about from the weekend. I might have missed a couple of stories from Saturday, and maybe Friday night. It looks like yesterday. But then there's just a fucking slew of other shit. Okay, let's go to Colorado. First with this one from a couple of days ago, where a family is asking for the county to compensate their son after his car was riddled with bullets due to a police shootout.
Here's a question for you. If you're caught in the middle of a police incident like a shootout or a chase, and your car or house is destroyed, are you responsible for those repairs? Well, you probably remember this house and those holes all from police. This is from 2015 when an armed suspect broke into a Greenwood Village family home, refused to come out, and for nearly 19 hours, law enforcement worked to get the suspect out of the house. They fired rounds of gas inside, broke down the home's doors, used explosives. In the end, the home was unlivable. Still, Greenwood Village refused to pay the damages, and the family ended up suing. Well, the case went to federal court, and a judge ruled in the city's favor. Well, tonight, your reporter in Adams County,
Wow,
Gabriella
pathetic.
Vidal, joins us live with a similar case tonight. And Gabby, this family is asking for the city to also step up after their son's car riddled with bullets while he was inside working.
Yeah, that's right, Karen. He's an employee for the city of Thornton, and it's right here in this parking lot behind me where that shootout took place just last month. And while no bystanders or people working inside the Margaret Carpenter Recreation Center were injured during this shooting, it's the lack of accountability for the damages that this shooting caused.
How can you not get reimbursed for getting shot? Essentially getting your stuff shot out by the police. There should be clear statutes for this. And the fact is, there's way too much of this kind of garbage, whether it's qualified immunity or whatever else that we talk about with regards to police conduct and whether or not it's ever held accountable. This is just another fucking ridiculous example of it here, and it's combined with gun violence. So that's why we're watching it right now. All right, let's move on to another situation in Colorado. Not violence on a vehicle, but in fact, just regular gun violence, where 3 people were found shot inside of a vehicle after a police pursuit in Adams County.
We're also keeping an eye on a shooting that led to a chase and crash at US 36 and Pecos. North of Denver, Denver police noticed a vehicle with bullet holes in it early this morning in East Denver. They pursued that vehicle through Commerce City until it crashed here at US 36 and Pecos. Now, it's not clear what caused the crash, but we did see that Denver police unit with front end damage. So it's possible that police used some sort of tactic to stop the car. Police ended up finding 3 people inside the vehicle who had been shot, including a juvenile.
I love the way the ABC is trying to frame it. It's really good.
They did not say how old that juvenile was. They believe those 3 were shot earlier this morning in Aurora. We don't have any word on their conditions. The driver of the vehicle ran off and...
Yeah, okay. So there's no clarity on if anybody died. They don't even clarify whether or not it was police-involved shooting. They were clearly involved in at least vehicle attack or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, the driver of the vehicle apparently went to the hospital and turned themselves in. Beyond that, I have no more clarity on that issue. But we're definitely not done. We gotta go. We're not even going far. We're just going north to Michigan, where there was a mass shooting at a place called Splash Park. So at least 9 people have been shot, 2 dead. That's as much as I know, at least in terms of casualties from this incident. Well, a bunch of people just showed up. I didn't even see, and since they're not talking, I'll at least say what's up.
What we have is, at this point, it sounds like we have 9, maybe 10 victims, GSW gunshot wound victims of varying kinds of injuries. We have recovered a 9mm Glock semi-automatic handgun and 3 empty magazines.
Okay, I will stop and say hello to everybody because we have more to talk about here. As they have gotten, I think, a little bit more clarity on this. This was just the first of the videos. Who else has shown up now? A bunch of people. Stephen K, I don't think I said hi to you yet. Looney Tunes 9000, good to see you. Badash. Donald James X, the anti-corporatist. Groove Dragon. Morbius Dragon, multiple dragons showing up at the same time. Jerry McClain. Okay, actually, hold on 2 seconds. I have to pee. Okay, I'm back. Alright, we have to talk more about this Michigan mass shooting. Let's move on to this one. This one's from Reuters. Oh no, ABC.
To a developing story, at least 9 people have been shot at a splash park in Michigan. The park's in Rochester Hills, which is a suburb north of Detroit, about 30 minutes. No information on the condition of the victims. Police say that there are 9 or 10 of them, and 1 is 8 years old. A suspect is now surrounded at a house about a half a mile away. It's believed he fired 28 shots.
The individual pulled up, exited a vehicle, approached the splash pad, opened fire, reloaded, opened fire, reloaded, left. So it appears very random at this point.
Police have recovered a weapon at the scene of the shooting. The motive at this point, a complete mystery.
Okay, we're going to go straight to this one. This is another press conference where I believe that they explain what happened further.
An armed man shot and injured at least 9 people, including 2 children, at a water park near Detroit on Saturday before shooting and killing himself.
It looked chaotic. You know, you could see people kind of just enjoying the day, and then it was a scramble. People were falling, getting hit, trying to run.
That's according to police, who said the suspect, a 42-year-old man, got out of a vehicle in Rochester Hills, Michigan, and fired about 30 shots at the Brooklands Plaza splash pad. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard told reporters the motive was not clear.
It's going to be one of those challenges to try to figure out why there appears to be no connection between the victims and the location whatsoever. The person doesn't live in Rochester Hills. He went to a Rochester Hills park.
An 8-year-old boy was shot in the head, and his 4-year-old brother and mother are wounded. The other 6 victims, all aged 30 or older, are in stable condition, Bouchard said. The suspect was cornered in a nearby house by police, where he died after shooting himself, police say.
Yeah, so thankfully they found him. As too many of these gun violence instances go without them even finding the shooters, unfortunately, none of the devastation was prevented in any form or fashion. And now this entire community has to deal with the effects of this fucking tragedy. So yeah, he was a man in his early 40s who apparently lived with his mother and was dealing with mental health issues and still had access to guns, which makes sense. This is why we just need to
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay, we're not done with gun violence for today, unfortunately. Oh God. Let's go to this. In Philadelphia, where a family is speaking out after their teen was fatally shot in Fairmount Park. And this was also a mass shooting. There was at least 5 people shot during this incident.
Pop-up parties in Fairmount Park turned deadly overnight when gunfire rang out. 5 teenagers were shot. One of them has died from her injuries. Action News reporter Katie Castro spoke exclusively with the victim's family.
I love her so much, and I'm gonna miss her. I just pray to God that they catch him, whoever did this to her.
The family of 17-year-old Isaiah Stanley is seeking justice as they come to terms with their sudden loss.
I took my only daughter. Man, I couldn't even kiss my daughter. Like, I couldn't touch her. I couldn't touch her.
Police say Stanley was shot in the chest just before 11 o'clock last night on the 2400 block of Greenland Drive. Authorities say 4 other teens were also injured in the shooting. Gunshot.
This is so frustrating. Oh, this is so frustrating. All on Father's Day weekend. Now there's a bunch of fathers without children and children without fathers, as well as mothers and sisters and brothers. It's just so... Oh, okay. We're going to get through it. It's fine. I just realized we have 20 likes, though, so I have to stop everything and roll a couple of dice here. What's that? That's a 19? And an 18. A 19 and an 18. Weird. Rolling high today. Rolling very high. Yes, the support people are coming. Don't you worry. I will get right to it. But we can't even leave Philadelphia yet, as apparently there were multiple shootings in Philadelphia within the last day. This is from 22 hours ago out of 6 ABC, where 2 people were injured after being shot inside of a car in Philadelphia, according to sources here. They're still seeking a suspect.
2 people are hurt following a shooting in the Frankfurt section of Philadelphia. Officers responded to the 1200 block of Bridge Street around 9:45 this evening. They found a man and a woman inside of a car who had been shot. They were both taken to a hospital where their conditions are unknown. Police have not made any arrests.
And that's how most of these stories end, right, folks? I mean, I feel like most of the ones that we watch end with that very statement by often ABC, because they're in so many local municipalities. No one in custody for another act of senseless gun violence in the United States. Shocking. What? Okay. Oh, I forgot to give you your support, people. That is unfair. That is unfair, and I'm going to pause everything to make sure you get them. Okay. Starting at the bottom. Wow, too bad we didn't get a 20. If we had gotten a 20, would have gotten Buddy Jesus on a Raptor. However, we get Worf and we get Sam Cedar, 19 and 18, respectively. Okay, there we go. They really need to clarify between being shot and wounded and shot and killed. I mean, it would help with the distinctions of, but I mean, it's still you know, either way, it's bad, right? People getting shot, whether or not they die, I'm not super happy about it. Am I more happy about it that if they're not dead? Technically, I guess. Hard to. I mean, yeah, like it's quantifiable. Still, just kind of sucks. What was I doing? Oh yes, let's go on to New York to end our discussion of gun violence, where in Brooklyn Park, 2 people aged 61 and 71 were shot. Once again, no clarification on whether or not they're alive, at least in the title.
2 men have been arrested for stealing an off-duty officer's car at gunpoint in Manhattan.
Oh, I forgot
Jose
about this
Rivera and Jomar Crespo of Waterbury, Connecticut are charged with...
Yeah, I forgot about that one. So yeah, there's another one. Technically, nobody was shot.
Police are questioning 5 people about a wild shooting in Brooklyn that left 2 people in the hospital. Gunfire rang out last night near Livonia Park in Brownsville. Police say a 61-year-old and a 71-year-old woman were hit by the...
It's fucked up when you can when you just forget about, like, you know, gun crimes. It's like, oh, there's just so many. Yeah, oh, good God.
They were taken to the hospital and they are expected to be okay. It looks like there was some kind of celebration that was interrupted by the gun violence, but so far, police are not confirming that.
Good God. Thankfully, they're not dead. Sounds like they decided to clarify. Hopefully, that makes some people in chat satisfied in terms of at least knowing. What was I doing? Ah, yes. Moving on from gun violence. Yeah. So, it is Father's Day today. And I figured we would discuss some fatherly stuff here. Let's start with what should we start here? Okay, yes. This one's from PBS NewsHour from 5 hours ago. A Father's Day story of one dad's lasting influence on his son. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing.
Finally tonight, for Father's Day, an animated feature from our partners at StoryCorps. Dr. William Lynn Weaver, a renowned surgeon, helped integrate a Knoxville high school in 1964. Even in those difficult times, he said he felt safe and supported thanks to his father, Ted Weaver, who worked long hours as a janitor and chauffeur. Dr. Weaver, who died in 2019, remembered his father's influence in this 2007 conversation with his daughter, Kimberly.
My father was everything to me. And it's actually kind of difficult talking about him without becoming very emotional. Up until, he died, every decision I made, I'd always call him. And he would never tell me what to do, but he would always listen and say, well, what do you want to do? And he made me feel that I could do anything that I wanted to do. I can remember when we integrated to schools that there were many times when I was just scared. And I didn't think that I would survive. And I'd look up and he'd be there. And whenever I saw him, I knew that I was safe. I always tell you that your mama is the smartest person I've ever met. But I think my father ranks right up there as brilliant.
It's a very diplomatic answer.
When I was in high school, I was taking algebra, and I was sitting at, come on, son, get up. He set me at the kitchen table, and he taught me algebra. What he had done is sit up all night and read the algebra book, and then he explained the problems to me so I could do them and understand them.
That is truly insane. Let's be real. To be able to do that in an evening.
And to this day, I live my life trying to be half the man my father was. Just half the man. And I would be a success if my children loved me half as much as I love my father.
Okay. Can we talk about why it's taking your dad so long to come back with the milk? Ooh. I'm not sure I'm equipped to answer that question. Oh, God. Okay. Now, let's talk about some other stuff relating to men. And, as it's Father's Day, I felt like it was appropriate for us to talk about this. I think, some of you are probably familiar with this. This is from a month ago, where a study answered by women, in regards to, whether or not they would want to run across a bear or a man in the woods. Well, the results came back shockingly for some, and not at all shocking for others.
For Big Talkers, and wow, in an insanely viral video, random women are asked, if you were alone in the woods, would you rather encounter a bear or a man? Well, here's how they answered.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
Bear. Man is scary. With a bear. Depends what man, but probably a bear.
100% a bear, which is like terrifying to say, but
definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there.
A bear.
I would say a man.
1 vote out of 7 for a man.
Wow.
And while some people initially laughed at, first of all, the question and then the answer, saying, wow, how crazy is this? Who would want to be in the woods with a bear?
Super crazy.
Well, it opened up a huge and critical discussion about women's safety. I don't know if they intended this, but this is what happened. Why do women fear men more than potentially deadly bears? Comments have been coming in from all over the world, and they include, quote, I know a bear's intention. I don't know a man's intentions, no matter how nice they are. One woman said, no one's going to ask me if I led the bear on or give me a pamphlet on bear attack prevention tips.
Ouch.
And wow, this is a big one. Quote, if the bear attacks me and I make it out of the woods, everyone's going to believe me and have sympathy for me. But if a man attacks me and I make it out, I'm going to spend my whole life trying to get people to believe me and have sympathy for me.
Yeah,
this says a lot.
That's sadly, I feel like
Many
that's
men, as
too
you can imagine,
close
are
to being
flabbergasted by this,
accurate.
and a lot of them got really defensive.
God.
Well, this guy stepped in and he said, look, men, stand down and actually listen to what these women are truly trying to say here.
The bottom line here being is that women are terrified of men. And that's not up for debate. That is how they feel about men. The answer to their question has nothing to do with the bear and everything to do with how they feel around men.
Yeah, I feel like men hear that answer and they think, what are you talking about? A bear can kill you much easier than I can. You know? But, you know, that's not the actual question. Women don't spend time around bears, right? It's just it has to do with how they feel about men in general at large, and you should be seeking answers amongst either yourself and your own previous actions and or the actions of your peers. And Stuff like that. We're not done talking about men today. It is, after all, Father's Day, so we're not done. We can talk about men in a in a multitude of different ways here. First, let's look at this one. This is from DW News from a few months ago. Why the political worldviews of young men and women are increasingly diverging. Now, this thing is like 40 minutes long. There's no way we're going to be able to watch this whole thing. But we're going to try and encapsulate it as best as we can.
Something strange is going on with boys. In many countries around the world, young men are more likely to be less educated than women, to die from overdose, drinking, or suicide, and even to vote differently. A recent Financial Times report found that while young women are on average more progressive than their parents...
Okay, hold on. I think we should look at some of these graphs before we get too far. Okay. So, I mean, this is not necessarily representative of all, at least these graphs. I don't know how many nations were actually pulled from. We've got Iran, Israel, Philippines, Kazakhstan, and Finland, where the reading levels and science levels, mathematics levels of men and women in these countries are diverging.
To be less educated than women, to die from overdose, drinking, or suicide.
Now, this is Bangladesh, France, Pakistan, Iran, and Nigeria, and China. Once again, I don't know why they're only pulling from these particular sources, but just gonna put it out there. Although they do exist in other places. I just don't know why they're choosing these.
And even to vote differently. A recent Financial Times report found that while young women are on average more progressive than their parents, as you'd expect from young generations, boys are becoming more conservative. Now, it's very difficult to define what it means to be conservative in one country, let alone around the world, but some experts think that one issue in particular could be driving this divide: gender equality. So why is this happening?
Women are hardwired to get their needs met through a man.
Women in America and London, how combative they are and how hard it is for them to submit.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes.
Those are the guys. These are the fucking guys who young men are looking to.
I think
for life advice. It's a disaster.
Sister is her husband's property, yes.
Many agree that misogynist influencers like these are radicalizing young men.
Andrew Tate is definitely in the conversation for the most dangerous person alive.
But I spoke to some experts who think there's a lot more going on.
Men who are struggling, who can't get status, who then feel insulted when this lower status group, women, is being assertive.
And while they don't always agree, what they have to say might surprise you.
Men aren't wrong to feel like their issues aren't getting much attention. No, they're not getting much attention.
I reached out to who I think might just be the best experts on this topic. Richard Reeves, the president of the first and maybe only think tank in the world focused on the problems of boys and men. Alice Evans, talking with me from Seoul as she's traveling the world precisely to write a book on this topic titled The Great Gender Divergence. And Neil Shiminski, a professor who interacts daily with the young generation and is famous on TikTok for his videos on these issues. So, let's jump right in. Lately, we have seen a lot of studies showing...
Oh, God. Okay. Sorry, I just heard a really loud sound outside. I thought something bad happened. Okay, no, I think we're okay. I guess we can just go back to where I was at.
growing gender divide. Some have even said that Gen Z is 2 generations, not one, because on some topics like gender, boys and girls have very different opinions. So what's going on?
So if we look at South Korea, China, the US, and also across Europe, we see that women, young women, tend to express more progressive views, concern for gender bias and also racial bias, whereas young men, not all, but some, may express concerns that gains for women's rights come at men's expense. There's this idea that women's rights might be a threat, and also in some parts of Europe, the idea of being concerned about migration or foreigners.
So are young men just becoming more conservative?
Well, it comes back to what we mean by these terms, because there are other surveys which show that young men are just as likely to support gender equality as older men, right? So they're in favor of gender equality, but they're turning against feminism. And so what that means is that in their minds, at least, those two things are no longer the same. They're not synonymous.
Neil, and this is one of the main reasons I wanted to talk to you. That is, you actually teach these young generations and talk with them every day. So do you also see this divide in your day-to-day job?
Yes, there's absolutely a gender divide. I see it in the students that I teach. I also see it, I should mention, I have a 15-year-old daughter. I attended her middle school, so her 8th grade graduation when she was 14. And each of the students was asked to include an inspirational quote in a video that played before the ceremony. And the most popular figure to quote was Andrew Tate.
Oh, God. That is so disappointing. Like, and that's what I'm talking about. There is a void that exists, right, in terms of, like, just speaking to young men, right? Like, on their level, if you will. And it's being filled up very, very, like, what's the word? Very easily, honestly, by a bunch of, right-wing assholes like Andrew Tate, right? He's one of a few examples. I mean, they showed, what was it, Sneeko and, I can't remember if that's Fresh or Fit, but one of the Fresh and Fit people. And, like, that just, somehow that needs to end, right? Because if we want to move forward, with, like, leftist policies and things like that, we do need everyone, not everyone, but a large majority of people, which includes men, to be on board with this stuff. But if they're listening to people like Andrew Tate and, like, idolizing him, we're gonna have to somehow, what's the word for, like, when you take somebody out of a cult and, like, have to change their thinking? There's a word for this. Oh God, it starts with a D. Can't think of it. My brain's broken. But it creates more friction in trying to get some of these things done.
People have come up with various theories to explain this divide, like on radicalization or...
Wait, hold on. Can't remember if this is... Deprogram. Thank you, Aaron W. here with the D words. Well played. Well played, sir. You deserve one of these. You just made me so happy. I would have probably just been thinking about it for the next 5 minutes, not paying attention to any of this. I'm sorry, but this is like a 45-minute interview, so I really need to make sure that we're getting to the points that I want to, and so that we can move on. Because I'm already an hour in somehow. I have no idea how that's even possible, but it's totally true. It's probably because we had literally a dozen videos on gun violence today. You made more... No, that's not the solution, Stefan. That is not the goddamn solution. God, where am I? No, I think we'll listen to this for a little bit more, then we'll move on.
Backlash against women's rights. We'll get to all of these. But first, I want to highlight something sometimes missing in the general conversation, and that's that young men really have some issues. And you wrote a whole book about it, so I want to know your response to what I think is the most common reaction you might get men's issues? Really?
Yes, well, really is that's quite a polite one. One of the interview I did, the first question was, when did you first start hating women? And so there is that kind of just that sense. The fact that you're focusing on boys and men means that you're somehow against women and girls, right? That's the zero-sum framing that is such a problem, I think, in this whole debate, which is the presumption you can only do one thing at a time, right? We can't think two thoughts at once. And
the fact is, I think zero-sum framing is also part of what's causing this. Not in the example that he used, but actually in regards to the zero-sum state of our economy as well, right? Because with the way that late-stage capitalism is currently causing more and more inequality, causing more and more problems, you have people being concerned more and more about the climate, as they should rightly be so. And so these sorts of fears, I think, in many ways, and since not many people seem to be presenting a lot of solutions, especially those that are in power to these things, they are turning to the wrong fucking people time and time again and becoming radicalized, becoming hateful. Because these sorts of fears you can easily sort of prey upon, right? If you have bad intentions. It's real frustrating to me because you see people going in the completely wrong direction just because they're looking for someone to listen to the problems that they're having, to actually feel like there's a solution to what's causing them issues. Because the fact is most people are dealing with these things, whether it be finding adequate housing for a reasonable price, whatever it might be. We talk about late-stage capitalism all the time, so I'm not going to go down the fucking list. You all basically know the things that are currently happening around the world. Hold on, we got more to fucking look at here. Can we get a bearded Sam Cedar? Ooh, good question. The fact is one thing I do with the support characters is try to find the highest resolution possible pictures to cut from so that they look the best, because I make them so tiny. But yeah, I guess I could potentially look for a bearded cedar. Just add it to my very long list of things that I still need to do.
OECD, they face massive discrimination at work, and they feel there's a risk that women are struggling. Meanwhile, South Korean men have mandatory conscription for the war in North Korea, and every single year 100 men commit suicide during that mandatory conscription. I mean, it's absolutely horrific, hierarchical, and brutal. So both sides have real grievances and difficulties. On top of that, many young Korean men are struggling to find brides. They're struggling to achieve status in a very competitive society.
You want me to clip Sam yelling Vergonia?
Parents have invested so much in their education, and now they're unable to buy a house. So everyone is having a really tough time in a status competition game. So I am 100% with you that it's important to connect to people and learn about different life worlds and learn about and build compassion and support for one another.
So what issues?
Okay, now let's go even further into this.
This leads me nicely to another explanation I have often found. By the way, these are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they're all interconnected. But in any case, it has more to do with cultural reasons. The idea that while patriarchy has pressed women down, it has also propped men up. And now that the system is changing, women are finally rising, but men are kind of falling.
When people ask me these questions, about the anxiety and the crisis of masculinity. Masculinity is always in crisis. We are always fearful that we are not as manly and masculine as our fathers and grandfathers. Both of my grandfathers were...
Hold on one second, because this is one thing that we have very clear examples of how people are not only using it to bolster their own ideologies, but to capitalize on and to profit off of, right? Two examples we talk about. In fact, we don't talk about Joe Rogan enough, but honestly, I feel like everybody else does, so we don't. But the fact is that people like Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, who we have in fact been talking about a lot, have both just created massive empires on selling men supplements so that they, telling them that they're not manly enough, right? And they need to go eat elk meat and buy their latest fucking brand of whatever bullshit to, and the fact is like, I think Onnit is like a literal $1 billion corporation, which is Joe Rogan's thing. And then I don't remember Alex Jones's supplement brand, but it's also like a multi-million-dollar operation, if I'm not mistaken. And it's just a very like concrete example, right, of where people are profiting off of, and it is not at all sinister. But then if you extrapolate the ability to do that, right, on all these other sorts of things, I think it's pretty easy to see how it becomes a big problem.
Manual laborers.
Alpha brain, yes.
Mining.
Yeah, your brain is too beta.
They could diagnose and fix cars with their bare hands. I don't have those abilities. I can't possibly live up to whatever standard they embody.
So feminine of you.
It's incredibly feminine of me. Yes, I work in a college and I talk for a living. But I think that historical context can provide some comfort that, actually what we're experiencing right now is totally normal.
I take your point that everybody always worries about a crisis of masculinity, but at the same time, there's obviously been something extraordinary that perhaps we have never seen in history with the Me Too movement and the feminist movement since the 70s. So I take your point, the masculinity is always in a crisis, but maybe sometimes there is a crisis.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough. Certainly we've never seen this level of gender equality. The way that I like to discuss this then is don't look at it in terms of what you've lost.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it as an opportunity.
Yeah.
Look at what you stand to gain. So sure, men are no longer the default breadwinner. That means that we can be something else, that there's room there to have discussions with our partners, with our families, to explore the possibility of working part-time, of being a stay-at-home father. These are opportunities that being the default breadwinner denied men.
I think that within this framework,
absolutely, man. If you support feminism, you might not have to work as hard. Just throwing it out there. Or you might be able to do things that you weren't able to do before, Just ideas. We're just brainstorming right now how to get us to start thinking differently. Is there more I wanted to grab from this? Trying to remember. Oh god, my Twitch players. Hold on, I have to reload my browser over here. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. Is there anything else? Oh, yeah, let's... God damn it. I thought I was going to move to the next video. Although, I guess... what else am I looking at today? No, let's move on. Let's go to this next video. This is from AJ Plus, from back in the day when Francesca Fiorentini used to work there. And In this video, she went to go teach at a man's school.
Also something to keep in mind, pretty basic, but Louis C.K. Listen, only under intimate situations caress knob.
Oh, God.
Great.
That's good advice. The fact that his name somehow makes an acronym for that in just such a what do you call it? Just such a perfect way, right? It's almost, you know, I'm not a religious man, but that, if anything, that's proof that God exists right there.
It's been a year since the Me Too movement made headlines, and
Or
since
the devil,
then, we've
one of the
realized that there are creeps everywhere. In Hollywood, on the news, in Orange Crocs, which we should have seen coming, and now on the Supreme Court for a second time. It's caused many to redouble their efforts against sexual assault and others to miss the point completely.
It's a very scary time for young men in America.
Who are you scared most for, your sons or your daughters?
I mean, right now, I'd say my son.
Beyond the trolls, though, some men are taking it upon themselves to right the wrongs exposed by the Me Too movement. Meet Matthew Solomon.
I am an empowerment coach. I specialize in relationships and communication, and I wrote the book Man School, Relating with Women in the Me Too Era.
Do men need a class on not sending an unsolicited dick pic?
A whole class on that? Maybe not, but as part of a class, evidently, because it happens all the time.
Man School covers topics like rape culture in movies, toxic masculinity, and issues that have stumped dudes for millennia, such as women are not men. What compelled you to write Man School?
Women started posting their stories with the hashtag #MeToo. And even knowing the magnitude of it, seeing it there was so humbling and it was so overwhelming. But there were all these men who had no idea. And they didn't know how to react and how to respond, and because they would speak up and do the stuff that people do.
Things like harassment, gaslighting, whataboutism, and telling women their experiences don't matter. Yeah, we've been on the internet. Do you find it ironic that you're a guy that has to explain all these things that women have been saying for years?
No.
Why not?
Because I know that men haven't generally been listening to women for years.
True.
So you're like mansplaining.
It's so true. It's a good point.
Generally been listening to women for years.
So you're like mansplaining.
But it is true.
Sexism, which is
pretty much to men.
It's like good mansplaining.
Mm-hmm.
If you're mansplaining to men, maybe it's good. If a man's I don't know. I've got lost in the space continuum of sexism. Everything you're saying sounds great, but how do I know you're not like that guy who wears the feminist T-shirt, but then like is secretly kind of a creep?
Yeah.
Don't be creepy.
I'm not.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Okay, Matthew, let's put your methods to the test with a real Man School. We gathered 7 dudes in a room on a...
Francesca is always skeptical. And I think that's at least partly why we love her.
Friday to give them a lesson in how to be one of...
Seems like Gun Violence Awareness Month hasn't been going well this month. Well, at least I don't know if it's actually Gun Violence Awareness Month this month. I was not aware of that, but every month is Gun Violence Awareness Month here. It would seem. Okay. All right, let's watch the beginning and then we'll skip ahead a little bit.
Good guys in the Me Too era, and also to hear from them. Welcome to Man School, unlearning 2,000 years of patriarchy. Thank you for being here.
I would love to know from each of you and what you hope to get out of today.
I've realized how sexist I've been, and not even realizing that that was a problem.
You know, it's been a continual process for me to learn how to interact with women, especially like compared to, I don't know, my freshman year of college where you get a ton of bad advice.
I've been getting close in relationships, but once I hit a certain point, I kind of screwed up.
I want to know from you guys, like, what are your fears?
I think that
Men
might
are
be
becoming
like
uncomfortable
therapy for that one.
in their own skin because of what we're seeing.
So is there a concern about...
Man bun over here? I got real concerns about man bun.
Own skin because of what we're seeing.
So is there a concern about where the line is? What you can or can't do?
You know, there are
people who legitimately, when they interact sexually, play violence or something like that.
So yeah, clearly this not starting off great. Oh god. Okay, let's move forward. We can't watch this whole thing. I wish we could. It just doesn't feel right. Also, we don't have time, but where should we start back again? I'm trying to think. Yeah, right around here, I would say. Seems like a good place.
As the man, get her experience and support her in that moment.
I know this is hard to hear, but your brother just grabbed my butt completely. Like 2 hands, full palms.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm surprised to hear that, but I'm really, really sorry to hear that because that's not okay. That's not cool. Is there anything I can do to...
Just tell him not to touch your friends, you know?
Yeah,
or tell him not to
obviously.
touch anyone.
Awesome. How was that?
You know, I'm thinking about my own brothers, and that would never. I can't imagine that happening without my own brothers. So it was hard for me to sort of put myself in a place where I would relate to that. But I suppose that in life that you kind of have to get over that because there are people in your life that are going to surprise you.
So, for this next scenario, Francesca is going to be playing the man who's saying inappropriate things about women, and so Juan here gets to speak up.
Oh, Francesca is so great. I gotta say, she didn't even have to say anything just now. Just the way that she looked at the camera was enough. It was just hilarious.
Brett is a really good guy. Like, I don't know what all these women are talking about. I never saw Brett act that
This
way.
guy is immediately like, nah, no.
I've known him for years.
Dude, you're not gonna see it from him.
But I was with him through all of high school, prep school, college. Obviously, she's doing it for the money and for the fame.
Name one of Cosby's accusers.
There's a tennis player.
Time out. Awesome. So
There was a tennis player. Oh, God. Okay. But no, seriously, though. It does feel a little bit like, to me, that we somehow need this kind of stuff. Like, to literally be a part of, like, schools. Right? Like, young men need to be learning this stuff. Yeah. You know, because it doesn't seem like society is doing a super good job with it, if you were to ask me. Okay. Alright, to kind of interspace these 2 very long videos. In fact, the next one's even fucking longer. Not gonna be watching the whole thing. Can't believe we're already an hour and 10 in right now. I'm moving slow. We're gonna have to take 2 breaks today because I got like 72 videos in here. I don't know the exact length of the content in entirety, but it's a lot. It's a lot. So yeah, let's quickly look at this one. It's from ABC7 New York 2 days ago. Coping with loneliness and taking care of your mental health. Figure we'd put this one here because oftentimes men struggle to discuss their mental health, so this seemed like a apt opportunity to do this.
Did you know this week is National Loneliness Awareness Week? Tonight we are shedding light on the issue and how it impacts so many people across the country. According to the American Psychiatric Association, 30% of adults say they've experienced feelings of loneliness at least once a week over the past year. 10% say they are lonely every day. So what can we do? How can we help each other not feel so alone? Here's Eyewitness News anchor Shirley Allicott.
It's a feeling that we've all felt at some point in our lives.
Loneliness is a subjective feeling that the connections that we need in our life are greater than the connections we actually have.
And it's a feeling that has become so common, half of all adults have felt it over the past few years, that U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy has declared loneliness an epidemic.
This is not just a problem of the elderly or the young. This is affecting all age groups.
Loneliness was exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, a time when we were socially isolated, leaving us cut off from friends, family, and loved ones. And while loneliness has been linked with higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide, research shows loneliness can have devastating effects on your physical health as well.
This is one of the surprising things about loneliness and isolation is that it is both impactful to your physical and mental health. It increases your risk of heart disease, of dementia, of stroke, of premature death. It actually has been associated with slower or poorer wound healing.
Yeah, it's not great. I don't like that list.
Of premature death. It actually...
Yeah, wait, hold on, I gotta go back.
Of heart disease, of dementia, of stroke.
Yeah, that's bad. 29% increased risk of heart disease, 50% increased risk of dementia, and 32% increased risk of stroke. That's a lot of sort of the worst things that can happen to you, aside from, I guess, well, I mean, health-wise, aside from, like, I don't know, like cancer. At least if we're talking about, like, the most prevalent diseases plaguing Americans.
Premature death. It actually has been associated with slower or poorer wound healing. I mean, the health effects go on and on.
In fact, Dr. Murthy says the health impact of loneliness is equivalent to smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day. But he says it's important to remember.
You think you got a 95% increased risk after last year? Everybody give Disco Wolf a hug.
You are not alone.
This is not evidence of you being broken or deficient in some way. We all struggle with this.
So what can you do if you're struggling with loneliness? The CDC offers some tips. Start a conversation.
You can start with small steps that you take. For example, spending 15 minutes a day just to reach out to someone in your life, just to check on them, to see how they're doing.
Connect with others on social media and use your time online to interact rather than just scrolling through posts.
Hear that, chat? Interacting, even on social media, somehow beneficial. So, write that down. I think that's incredibly pertinent to the people in this chat.
Offer a helping hand.
Whenever you have an opportunity to help someone else, it could be a small act of giving someone a hand when they spill their coffee or when they drop their papers or their folder. It could be noticing that your neighbor is having a hard time, with raking the leaves in their yard. Whatever it might be, these small acts of helping other people, they actually help us feel more connected as well.
Be kind to...
Cool. All right, now on to this. And usually I tend to not clip from this channel because they're sort of a burgeoning leftist YouTube's channel, and although they're quite big at this point, I'm not gonna lie, they've been going for, I guess, years now. But I guess I still think of them as small. I think they're actually much bigger than I'm thinking in my head. I think Novara's got like 700,000 subscribers now. But still, in my head, I don't have permission to clip these that much, or at all. So I do feel weird about it. But either way, I hope they don't mind, as they were kind of one of the only people talking about this particular thing. Now, this one doesn't actually have well, I guess it's sort of talking about the inverse of dads. This is from Novara Media. If you're not familiar with them, they are out of Britain. I believe they're in London, I want to say. They had on an individual by the name of William Costello, and he and Ash Sarkar had a conversation about incels.
We needn't let self-development for men with the goal of being a better partner and achieving romantic success automatically equate to misogyny, because if you don't have anything to say on that very important thing to young men, Andrew Tate has plenty to say, and they will flock to him, right? So if you have to provide some sort of alternative.
I'll be the first to admit it. I've tended to talk about incels as either being threatening, aggressive, hostile, misogynistic, or as being objects of disdain. And that's quite a callous way and a really reductive way to talk about people who are experiencing loneliness and a lack of connection with others. And I do genuinely
Remember to wish trans men happy Father's Day? Well, I already have, technically. In my mind, they are automatically included in that happy Father's Day, what's the word? Oh my god, I hate words. I can never remember the right ones. There's just too many of them. I think you get what I'm saying. Absolutely included in there. And if anybody was assuming they weren't, well, that is ridiculous. Don't do that.
believe that journalists and human beings more generally should try to be motivated by curiosity and empathy. So for a while now, I've wanted to do a downstream about this.
I just missed whatever she just said.
And human beings more generally should try to be motivated by curiosity and empathy. So for a while now, I've wanted to do a downstream about the subject of incels with an expert in the field. And at last, that day has arrived. I'm joined by William Costello, PhD student at the University of Texas at Austin, and author of some of the most extensive and serious research on the psychology of incels that there is out there. There are some things that we disagree on, as you'll see, but there are some facts in his work that are deserving of proper attention. In William Costello's research, 30% of his sample of incels met the diagnostic criteria for autism. Just to be clear, no one is saying that people with autism are more violent or more misogynistic than the rest of the population at large. But what William Costello's research looks at is the way in which autism makes men more vulnerable to incel ideology and the bi-directional relationship between poor mental well-being and incel ideology. We talk about dating on the apps, the ingredients of a healthy relationship, and what straight women really want from men. I hope you enjoy the interview. So
Now,
this wasn't actually how I wanted to start at all.
Yeah, well, hold on already, Ash, because I already want to preface this with this. Okay, this interview is nearly 2 hours long. We will not have the ability to watch the whole thing. So anybody who really wants to watch the whole thing, I do recommend you go to Navarra at some point and watch it there. But we are just going to try and get through this broad strokes. But we will watch the intro at least.
But what is it with men's sneezes? Like, is it like competitive?
Not you, Ash. The other, the Ash that's interviewing, the Navarra Ash.
Sneeze like you're trying to blow out the windows in the house.
That's gonna throw me.
Interesting. I feel I'm not sex typical in that regard then, because I sneeze very muted. I kind of
You
keep
have
it
a
all
petite
quiet.
sneeze.
Yes, a very effeminate sneeze. So
Because
yeah.
like my partner's not a domineering person at all, but his sneeze is like a demon is trying to escape from him.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Kind of annoys me as well. But yeah, I have no explanation.
No explanation.
I'm not aware of the reason.
I do also have something of a violent sneeze. I feel like it's not like explosive, but it is audible for some distance.
On that sneezing.
Okay, well maybe that can be your next PhD.
Yes. Even more obscure of a topic than my actual one.
I mean, I think that like the incel thing's kind of populist, but we can get into that. I mean, before we get started on your actual area of research, first, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And so
Okay, Jerry also has a very aggressive sneeze. See, it doesn't appear to be just limited to particular genders or anything of that nature. What was I about to do? I was about to say something. I've forgotten it now. I had a whole plan in my brain, and then I saw that comment. This is what happens when you have extreme ADHD. Oh god. Oh god, I hate myself.
because I noticed you tweeted about it a little bit. What's your take on the Kendrick Lamar Drake rap beef?
Interesting. I was talking to another master's student of evolutionary psychology. She goes to Brunel here in London, where I did my master's, and she's a very smart lady, and she kind of often analyzes the psychology of like modern rap music. And she noticed that the kind of derogation tactics that modern rappers are now derogating fathering qualities, which is so interesting. Like
it is a
that's
change.
kind of a million miles away from how rappers used to derogate each other in the 90s, let's say. It wouldn't be about, oh, you're a bad dad. That was not a kind of insult.
Yeah, it's much more like, you know, I fucked your wife.
Right, kind of more,
Mm-hmm.
hostile
was some of
aggression.
that.
But she suggests that maybe fathering qualities are becoming more important, given that modern women are earning their own money and kind of, you know, doing their own thing on that front. So then other qualities.
Although I will say this, there was definitely discussion of dads, but usually it was sort of, it was in different sort of ways, I feel like, right? Like I think earlier I posted in the Discord Tupac's My Unborn Child. He also did a song, I think it was called I think it was like Papa's Song or something like that, where he sort of discussed his father not being there for him as a child. A lot of societal sort of criticisms in there, like broadly speaking, and I mean we could go down the list on these sort of things, but we're not going to because I don't have time.
More salient, and that fits with some other research. I'm writing a paper with a guy called Mac and Murphy about how over recent decades physical attractiveness has become more and more important to women. In their reports of what they say, in how much they value physical attractiveness, but also there's converging lines of evidence, like every man in his 20s to 30s is a recreational bodybuilder, right? We all go to the gym, like kind of that's incredibly exploded since the 80s.
Yeah,
men are starting to use makeup, caring way more about their image in terms of fashion. Body dysmorphia is rapidly increasing in men and actually on track to overtake women's body dysmorphia in the next decade, which is...
When I heard that, I was completely taken aback. I was like, how's that possible that I had never even considered it? Like, I didn't even consider it to be a thing, really, right? Like, at no point was I, like, worried, like, thinking about my, like, you know, friends being, like, worried about them having, you know, body issues like this, and having it like being like, you know, like a literal mental health issue, like
really surprising. And that's largely driven by the gym bro kind of body dysmorphia culture of not getting as many gains.
This is sort of toxic masculinity that we were talking about earlier with like Alex Jones's supplement mills and all these other sorts of things, right? It's a different kind of way of, I guess, well, it's right, like it's a different form of body dysmorphia, but it's still the same fucking thing. You just hate yourself. You look in the mirror and you say you're not good enough, even if it might be defined differently. It's still fucking toxic. You're still being a shitty not you're being a shitty person, but you're treating yourself like shit, right? And that's you know, it's bad for humans to do that regardless of gender.
You think you need.
So I introduced my husband to moisturizing, but at what cost?
Right, yeah. Well, that's the direction of travel. Yeah, it's we're going to call the paper The Ape That Evolved into a Peacock. So it's kind of like humans are typically a reversal of many species, whereby take the peacock, for example. The peahen is very drab and not very bright, whereas the peacock is very exuberant, the male, and the female peahen selects for the brightest plumage, whereas in humans, it's the female that puts the emphasis on physical attractiveness. So that might be coming back into equilibrium now, given that women are earning their own resources and kind of taking care of themselves on that front. When they're free of having to select men to provision them with resources, they'll select prettier men, which is interesting.
I mean, I think...
What's non-toxic at this point? That's a fair question. It's a fair question to ask. And I mean, let's be real, there's plenty of things, right? There's plenty of activities that you can partake in that aren't toxic. But there is quite a lot that isn't there? And I think that part of that has to just do with the fact that society has evolved, right? And started to realize more things that we do are bad that we might not have before, for whatever reason. Why does the chat keep going dead? That is pissing me off. Oh my god. I keep trying to move the window. And because I'm running... Because now I have two windows, one for Twitch and one for... I guess I could just put them on the same... Oh, it's just going to piss me off that way too. Oh, fuck it. Okay. Everything in our food will go. Alright, not everything. That's being a little dramatic. There's things that won't kill you. But eating packaged processed foods, that's definitely bad. It's definitely bad. And the fact is, we eat a lot of those in American society. Way too many. Just a literal mountain of processed and packaged foods. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Are we... Just gonna skip it forward a little bit.
Lorraine, what made you study the psychology of incels? How did that begin?
Ooh, by the way, I'm just noticing we're only one like away.
I come from an evolutionary...
Only one like away from getting 30 likes right now.
Incels. How did that begin?
I come from an evolutionary psychology background, and we focus a lot on human mating psychology, which I think is important to investigate because we're a sexually reproducing species. Every human being alive on planet Earth today is here because an unbroken chain of ancestors solved the problem of mating to reproduce.
Not me, I just hatched, fully formed under a moist
You
rock.
just materialized. Very good. It's hugely important to humans. It's a fundamental human drive. We build billion-dollar industries around it in dating apps, cosmetic surgery to look more attractive. We write poetry over mating. We go to war over mating. So it's really important to humans. So to think that there's this group of modern young men.
It's true. History does show that men have done some great and also really stupid things over mating, as he puts it.
Who see themselves outside of accessing that at all. I was very interested to see the effects on themselves and what effects that would bring about in terms of their attitudes towards others. Some people say to me, well, why do incels care so much about, sexual and romantic relationships? And I'm like, why does anyone? I mean, everyone cares. That's like the number one concern for a lot of people. It's a tall order to simply ask incels, have you considered just simply not caring about this massively important thing? I guess you could try to direct them to focusing on cultivating relationships more broadly, which is important because they do retreat from society and don't have friends, and it's a broader loneliness issue. But
yeah, and that doesn't help, right? If you don't have friends, that's not going to help you find somebody, right? And I'm not trying to, blame anybody for struggling to find friends. I know it can be difficult, especially depending on what your personality is like and whether or not you are outgoing or not, or I don't know. There's plenty of things that affect that, right? For instance, like kids who are forced to move from place to place, right? Struggle to find friends oftentimes, not always. I can think of so many more examples, but we don't have time.
I don't demean the social pain of feeling sexually invisible. That is a real social pain to me. Like some of the most rich, conscious experiences available to humans are your romantic relationships and the prospect of them. So feeling like you're outside of that, it was a kind of an interesting thing to analyze for me. And then on the other side of things, I thought it was like the sweet spot of a research topic because there was lots of media attention, lots of government attention, lots of worry about this topic, but not a lot of research. So at the time I started, was one of the
seems like a good time
studies
to do
have primary responses from incels at all. It's growing now, but still very much in its infancy, and it's proven a good research topic of choice so far. Yeah.
I mean, it's important to distinguish this. When we're talking about incels, are we talking about people who, for whatever reason, are unable to have the kinds of sexual and romantic relationships that they would like to have? Or are we talking about an ideological group that's very online? We're talking about men, we're talking about predominantly white men, we're talking about people who are, kind of far right or far right adjacent? Like, how are we using this language?
Yeah, I think the identity piece is very important because it's objectively impossible to prove that someone can't form a sexual or romantic relationship.
Right.
And
that's a good point. That's a really good point. There's no way to scientifically quantify whether or not somebody can do that.
You're looking at people who come to identify with this factor of their circumstance. They come to form an identity around their perceived inability to form sexual or romantic
That is an important distinction to make.
And engage in this kind of ideological behavior. I would push back on some of the points you just made there about them being a predominantly white, right-wing group, because some of our findings directly refute that. Actually, there's disproportionately people of color in the incel community, and in terms of their politics, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag, and the kind of the media caricature of them as angry young white men is not actually right. And there is racism.
I thought this was very interesting when I first heard it, and I think very relevant to us as leftists, because if his findings are in fact correct, then it's definitely something we have to worry about in terms of if people who aren't right wingers experiencing this may in fact somehow feel what's the word? Oh god, marginalized or whatever, and should at least be, we should be concerned with everybody is all I'm saying. And that's the best way to nutshell it, I think. Hold on, we cannot watch this whole fucking thing. I wish we could, but the fact is we're going to brush past like 95% of this, I think. Yeah, I think this is where we should get back to.
One of the things that you've written about is that incel culture is perceived as a crisis of violence, whereas in reality, you're talking about it as a crisis of suicide.
Yeah, so I think the data seem to suggest that one of the primary risk factors from incels is this high level of suicidality. And that fits with a lot of data because we know from previous work that two of the biggest predictors of male suicidal ideation are failures in mating and feeling like you're a burden on your kin. So incels fit both of those criteria very saliently. So they're obviously failing in their mating goals, but they're also very likely to live with their parents into adulthood and be underemployed at low levels of employment. So that feeling like burdensomeness to kin is salient for incels too. In terms of the risk factor from incels, I think we need to maybe contextualize it a little bit different, because incels have been presented as the new terrorist group threat. And they're very, very different from other terrorist groups in terms of their levels of violence and just in terms of how organized they are. So they're not very organized or in agreement about a collective end goal to engage in political violence for. So in that sense, they're very, very different from any terrorist group. They're not very mobilized offline in any way. There's not strong evidence to suggest they meet each other offline at all, but hardly ever compared to other groups.
Yeah.
So the way I would...
Which makes a lot of sense. Like if you're a really lonely person, you're not good at socializing, and there's a 30% chance that you're autistic. It's highly, highly likely that you're not spending a lot of time in like public social circumstances. Oh, we have 30 likes. Okay, hold on. I'll cut myself off. 5. Who is that? Is that Morty? I think that's Morty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's Morty. Okay. What was I saying? I think I made the point, actually.
The group level threat is, have you ever seen the new Batman movie with the Riddler?
Yes.
So basically the plot line, spoiler alert for listeners.
Oh god.
Is that there's an opera singing madman on the loose.
Right, and he mobilizes a kind of anon group of terrorists to do his bidding, basically incels. And that to me, from like a terrorism studies perspective, seems like a logistical nightmare. Like like organizing terrorism is a serious logistics operation, right?
That's totally true. That's totally true. However, the one thing I'm gonna well, push back on, not necessarily. I'm not even saying he's wrong, because they're speaking in Britain right now, where access to guns and things is completely different than it is in the United States, or say some other countries. But as it relates to the United States, even one person who is incredibly disenfranchised and apt to commit violence can potentially get immediate access to guns that can kill entire crowds of people, right? We just got done looking at this, right? We just spent literally 45 minutes talking about 10, well, not 10, I'm exaggerating, but literally nearly 10 instances of fucking gun violence in the United States over the last 48 hours. So I'm not saying that every single one of those people are in fact incels, obviously, but I'm just you know what I mean? It's slightly different. And once again, it's really not me pushing back on him, but just adding context for special context for the United States. We got to be special. Number one, yeah.
So mobilizing a low motivation group of anons on the internet who don't know who each other are, it's not very likely. But by the same token, sexless young men typically throughout history, throughout time, have been the group to worry about. So strongly associated with violence that we call it the young male syndrome in our field, that this has always been a huge problem. Now, throughout history, you had kind of cultural or social institutions to deal with your population of incels. So, for example, the monastery would be one for sure, give a high status position to kind of channel these extra guys into. You'd create Vikings out of them. The Vikings were likely incels, not the sexy kind of Netflix
you don't think
Vikings
of the
that you think
Vikings
from
way.
the TV shows.
But then when you start thinking about some of the stuff
explorers,
they did,
there's strong evidence that they were incels, basically sent on purpose missions to kind of basically get away from causing trouble around for everyone else.
I mean, can you define them as incels when sexual violence was a part of that conquest?
Right. So that's also a good point, that the motivation of acquiring mates has been a motivating factor for a lot of men to join terrorist groups. Even jihadi violence, it's the promise of brides in this life or the next. And when you talk to anthropologists who, there's one, Napoleon Chagnon, and he did some research with the Yanomamo, who are an extremely violent hunter-gatherer society in Bolivia. And
it is interesting. I've noticed this in chat a couple of times about people asking if the dice are rigged or what's happening. Looney Tunes with Wanted, the Pink Panther for diamond stealing reward $1 million. I'm not able to personally fund that reward, but the fact is it does seem like the Pink Panther is somehow staying in character and hiding from us.
He told them about why people in the West go to war, to spread democracy, free speech, things like this. And they were just falling off their chair laughing. They were like, what? Why would you? And he said, well, why do you go to war? And they were like, only one reason, to get mates. Like that was like a number one kind of motivating factor. So while incels as a group aren't this organized terrorist group, the potential for those individuals who fit that profile, a sexless, purposeless kind of young man, that is the prime candidate to mobilize into violence. And
yeah. And the fact is, it's been, as he said, a historical, what do you call it? A historical theme. Couldn't think of the words again. That's a theme of every stream. Okay, let's skip ahead to here. Jesus Christ, is taking a long time.
That there's an extreme atomization of dating culture now. It's very much funneled towards individually you are responsible for your own dating and just do it on the apps, right? And that is problematic for a number of reasons, including that it just prioritizes very static information. So, for example, it doesn't allow for a nice, charming Irish accent to compensate for being short.
You're like doing like voice notes on the
I'm
apps. Like,
I'm sure
Literally, I was
he's
so
not
thrilled
it.
when that came online. And like, yes, I've put that front and center. But it would allow. So take me for an example. I'm about 5'7". There are probably a significant portion of women who are immediately filtering me out, right? And then I've met women in real life who say, "You're not 5'7". You're taller than that," because they don't know, but they're filtering me out on the app, which is kind of annoying. So that extreme atomization, and you talked about in social milieu. So incels lack social milieu more broadly anyway. So you could conceptualize the incel problem as a broader disengagement from society, not just the focus on the sex. We tend to fixate on the sex bit because that's what they talk about most. But it is a broader loneliness problem.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
culturally, bigger
That's a good
picture,
point.
there is a kind of that kind of social milieu blending. Can you meet someone at work is kind of frowned upon now. It's kind of like fraught with ambiguity. And that's it. It's kind of
It's
all
true.
funneling it towards the
So
apps.
I guess we need
you're
other
on your own.
places.
And this is where maybe a lot of the resentment
Or
comes
other
for incels.
venues.
Because even in recent decades, there used to be more of a clear-cut playbook of how to learn about the dating market. My father always tells me, you used to go to a dance and you asked a girl to dance and you asked would she stay on, and it was very simple. There was a clear-cut rule book. There's no such thing like that anymore. And incels, there's extremely high rates of autism in the community. So you can imagine being a frustrated young man with autism trying to learn about the dating market. You go to pickup artists to learn how it works.
Which
you
is the
try
worst
their
place to
crude
go.
tactics and it doesn't work. So you come to the black and white conclusion, I'm incel. There's actually data to show that there's a direct pipeline of pickup artist forums to incel forums. And I can imagine that for a young man with autism. So yeah, we could do with making like dating a bit more of a group level, societal, social problem, because do people...
No, absolutely. And I just don't know how exactly we do that. It's going to be a process, I think, but I think it's important for us to be thinking about these things. I do wish we could listen to most of this, though, because it's really a great conversation. And Ash is such a great interviewer. Jesus. All right, let's listen to a little bit of this.
I mean, going back to this idea of what is being modeled as an aspirational kind of relationship, and for me, it's less about going from promiscuity, short-term mating towards marriage and kids, and it's much more about things like commitment, seriousness, lack of disposability, not treating people as disposable, not being treated like you're disposable. And one of the things that comes up a lot on my podcast with Moya is the difference in disposition when you're early in a relationship versus when you've been together a few years. So at the start of my relationship with my partner, there was an element of me introducing an adversarial logic where I said, well, here are my standards and you've got to meet them, otherwise I'm out. And that was because I dealt with an awful lot of time wasters before. So I was like, these are the things that are important to me.
Yeah.
I'm dating for these things. And if they're not happening, I'm not dating. Now, we've been together 6 years, we're married, it's a lot more relational. And so it's about these sort of negotiations between our needs. There's a sort of temporal consideration involved. So you're going through a hard time, I'm going to cut you some slack. You're going to cut me some slack when I'm going through a hard time. It's a different logic. The thing which is absent from both the beginning and the end is this idea of a transactional relationship. And it seems to me that on the internet, whether it's incel culture or like pickup artists, or whether it's like kind of women on TikTok talking about like soft life or like, you know, my love language is gifts. It's so transactional and it's poisoning everyone's brain.
No, absolutely.
Again, I come back to it, like, unfortunately, and you might bristle at this, but like mating is to a large extent transactional. You do have to offer benefit and make trade-offs with, people value different traits, and you have to be able to demonstrate them, and that's why I think this vision.
I'm not sure having traits though is transactional, although I guess it depends on how you're defining transactional, whether you see somebody's potential as being a transaction, because I feel like that's what traits really are. They're just potential,
Changing of how do you teach young men to be someone that has lots to offer to a relationship, and that could be including of the ability to build healthy relationships like you just described with your partner.
Let's not go too far.
Okay, as well. But no, that idea of like educate men is like, here's how you provide value, like be a high value man. That's what like pickup artists talk about. But
how many times a day do you think Andrew Tate says high value man? Do you think like he's got posters all over his like I really don't watch that many Andrew Tate videos. I'm aware of him. I've seen a lot of his worst shit, but well, I don't know. No, I don't think I can say a lot of his worst shit. I've seen some of it. But I feel he's definitely got to have that emblazoned somewhere in his home. High value man. Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. And this is really I really kind of think we're gonna go right to the end.
They're just describing.
Whoa, no, here. Thank you.
I think that's important.
I mean, we've been focusing mostly on heterosexual sex and relationships.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm interested in knowing, have you encountered gay and lesbian incels? Or is there a different sort of cultural script for making sense of sexlessness within the queer community?
So it's interesting because you can actually tell a lot about our evolved psychology by analyzing how it manifests in LGBT relationships. So I'll give an example. Gay men are typically very promiscuous with each other. We describe it as...
Or it's like culturally acceptable in a way which is different, I think.
I don't think it's just the culture that's making the high levels of promiscuity among gay men. And, it's very heavily stigmatized for a long time as well. So the way we describe it is that it's in its undiluted form. So two male sexual psychologies encountering each other don't have to come to the compromise. So gay men have the type of sex with each other that straight men would have with heterosexual women if they could. But they can't because female choice is very choosy and they have to come to some sort of more optimal compromise of balance between the optimal for the two. Lesbian women don't have promiscuous sex with each other, but they're very big on commitment.
I don't know, man. You should meet the lesbians I know.
Maybe, but not comparative to gay men, for sure. Gay men, it's kind of this implicit understanding that, I know what it's like to have a male sexual psychology, and there's an almost understanding that it can be meaningless. It's not, whatever. A lot of gay couples have open relationships and do them quite effectively because they kind of recognize that this sexual bit is kind of compartmentalized. So in terms of, just get back to the incel question, where this sexual psychology even manifests in the mate preferences. So gay men put a lot of emphasis on youth and physical attractiveness in their mate preferences. Lesbian women, less so. So they have similar mate preferences to heterosexual men, gay men have, except obviously fundamentally different in one very pointed area. But so to get to the incel question, the only gay incels I've encountered have been older gay men who suddenly feel frozen out of a mating market that prioritizes youth and physical attractiveness. So that's interesting, but it's understood. It's never been like systematically researched, but that's the ones that have come forward to me that described it.
I mean,
that one I found interesting. I had not considered that, but I guess it would make sense to some degree, but it was surprising to me that it would somehow affect older gay men. Oh God, this interview is so long. Okay, I hate cutting out like more than half of the context of this conversation. Feel bad.
And I guess this is where I want to come back to the question of misogyny in particular, and you saying that perceived low mate value is, a kind of like indicator of misogyny. And I suppose the thing that leaps to my mind is misogyny that occurs within relationships, which maybe isn't as visible because it's occurring within a relationship.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very important point because, and also just related to that, the threat of violence towards women, insecure, jealous partners, way more threatening to women than sexless incels who they may or may not encounter. But the misogyny within relationships, it kind of functions similarly, I think. So misogyny within the context of a relationship, why do people insult their partners? That's when you're trying to lower your own partner's mate value and self-esteem so she's less likely to leave you. You hear abusive men say things...
Which is such a fucked up sort of psychological torture, right? Like, you shouldn't... like, at least in my mind, you shouldn't want your chosen life partner to feel shitty about themselves. That shouldn't be the reason that they don't leave you. That is the worst, that's the worst, okay? Don't relate to your partner that way, alright? Lift them up. Together, you will succeed even more than you could, oppositionally.
Who would have you except me? Look at you, who would have you except me? That's clear indicator I'm trying to not let you know you could leave. And it's a kind of a shady thing. It's a weird concept to wrap your head around. You want to lower your own partner's mate value. But it makes sense as basically we describe it as mate retention behavior. And there's two types of strategies for mate retention. You can choose...
Cooking.
Well, a benefit provision, right? So one is you provide so many benefits to your partner that she doesn't want to leave you. The other, if you don't have much benefit to provide, if you're lower mate value and there's a discrepancy, you have to cost inflict, a cost inflicting mate retention strategy. Ugh. And this dark finding is that this manifests in status mismatch couples. So there's enormous new data from like 27 EU countries that when women are higher educated or earn more than their partners, it's a massive predictor of intimate partner violence. So that's that manifesting. It's like, suddenly, I need to, I'm at risk of losing her. I need to lower her sense of self-esteem, which is really dark. One white pill on that data is that it doesn't apply to men who enter willingly into a relationship with someone who's out earning them at the beginning. So it's when it flips.
That one I had not considered at all as well. A bunch of stuff was said in here that I really had not considered. Not about the general idea of what is, but the specificity of that last statement in regards to this, right? Where it's not seen in relationships where women and men enter into a relationship where they already know that the woman is earning more than the man, but if it changes during the relationship, somehow that is a trigger for men in some way. And it's just strange to me. But I just thought that was a interesting thing to consider. Not sure exactly what it means, but I don't know. Maybe women just start dating men making less than them. I don't know, ladies. I'm just thinking out loud here. Everyone, let's go on to the end of this here.
Before my grandma died, I remember very, very clearly an evening where it was me, her, and my mum sat around the kitchen table, and we were having like some glasses of wine and we were chatting. And I realized that when my grandma had her first child, she was 19. Abortion was illegal. She couldn't get contraceptives. Same-sex relationships were outlawed. She wouldn't have been able to get a mortgage or open a bank account by herself. Mm-hmm. The conditions around her relationship with my grandfather, completely different. My mum, comes of age, matures into, being a woman. abortion is legal. Same-sex relationships are legal, but highly, highly stigmatized. And contraceptives are available only if you're married or engaged. Me, I come to sexual maturity. They are practically flinging condoms at us in assembly, right? Like, they're just like, you know, pregnancy can and will happen to anyone. Like, get on the pill. Da, 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 da.
Interesting.
I don't even have to be straight if I don't want to be. I can basically get an abortion on demand below 24 weeks.
Not in Texas.
You know, not in Texas, but like in Enfield, my friend.
That's a good
like,
point. That's a good point. I was about to say the same thing. I didn't even realize he made this point while earlier. I was about to get in there, but like, you know, we have some problems here in America. He got in there already. I was going to say something else. What was I going to say? God damn it. I had another point. Distracted myself with my own point.
Good, yeah.
You know, you had the sexual health clinic behind the big Tesco's. So, you know, you could get condoms and a sausage roll like in the same trip. Phenomenal. The context in which we were all making sexual and romantic choices in the space of those 3 generations, completely unrecognizable. You know, and it doesn't just have to be about like choosing a mate. It's also about choosing to have children. For my grandmother, the norm was you had children. You had to work really hard not to have children.
She full circled it for me. So yeah, I was going to say, it was just, I found it, well, not eye-opening, because if I had thought about it for a minute, I would have realized it was true. But within 3 generations in Ash's family, right, they have gone from basically, the women in her family at least, have gone from having no rights to having all the rights available that only men had previously been privy to.
For my generation, the norm is you don't have children. You have to work really hard to make the choice to have a child.
Yeah.
It's not surprising to me that men haven't caught up with all of those changes occurring within the space of a few decades, when for centuries, women didn't have much of a choice.
That's right. And it might be an uncomfortable truth that for centuries, women were settling with men that they didn't ultimately desire, just out of strict social norms or economic necessity. If you take those things away, maybe women will increasingly... So I'd categorize it as modern men are competing with other men for women, other women increasingly for women, and singlehood. So singlehood is being championed by corporate giants big time. Morgan Stanley has this big paper called The Rise of the She-Economy, where they predict that most women will be single and childless by 2040. And it's kind of this idea of be a girl boss, prioritize your career. It's kind of championed.
It's the 4 no's in South Korea, isn't it?
Yes.
No kids, no dating, no marriage.
Yeah.
No sex.
Now, it's interesting because you could say, oh, well, if women don't need men for protection and for resources anymore, then they need the men like a fish needs a bicycle. So yeah, go and prioritize your career. But there's an endemic of unwanted childlessness among women. And this is not me saying William Costello is concerned about childlessness. I am concerned about fertility collapse all around the world, whatever, but this is by women's own desires that they are having fewer children than they want, and they have massive rates of unwanted childlessness. So 50% of women who don't have a child at the age of 30 will never go on to have one. That is stark.
That better be a promise.
And yeah, I mean, the fact is if you don't want children, you shouldn't be forced to have children in any fucking way. It should 100% be your choice. I saw a comment in here, Moanob, saying that she's her only family, and I would like to remind you that you have an entire space fam. So write that down.
Well, yeah, you know, but like that is by women's own desires. They're having fewer, and I think that there's all sorts of initiatives you could maybe get into to help women not have to choose between career and a family. Maybe subsidizing egg freezing for younger women and making that a total, just whatever your relationship status, just everyone does it.
And the fact is at one point during this, and he didn't do it while we were listening to it, but he did absolutely get he raised the discussion of like like late stage capitalism in its involvement in all of this, and how it is obviously creating a lot of these problems. But I think I'm not even sure if he knew Novara all that well, so I think he was honestly shy to discuss some of that. But I would have loved it if he had in fact gone deeper into it. We would have definitely listened to it.
And pump research funding into making it work more effectively, making it more affordable. Because the number one reason why women freeze their eggs, there was the world's biggest study on why they do it. I was unable to find an eligible partner who would commit to me. So it's like, it kind of typifies that problem of women suddenly, like, they're up against a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Women are
Just
up
have to
against. Oh, I mean,
get
they've
it up.
always been up against a lot. But yeah, and the fact is that is sort of like a woman's version of the same problem that we were talking about this whole time, which is men incels, right? Women who are struggling to find people to have children with. I mean, it's a slightly different issue, but I mean, so slightly, it's hard to really. I mean, granted, there is obviously some
Wrapped up
differences
in a
there,
neat
but
little bow.
hold on, we gotta move on a little bit. Wait, what just happened? Just heard something. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Why haven't we met? Honestly, there was another spot in here where he did mention femcells, but honestly, it wasn't labeled, and also we are strapped for time. We're 2 hours in. We haven't even touched the environment or the weather or anything like that. Okay.
My
End it
penultimate
with
question
this.
first is, you've talked a lot about what it means to make a man a more attractive sexual and romantic prospect. What does go into that, in your view?
So historically, women selected men for provisioning her and her offspring with resources to help her overcome what we describe as the hostile forces of nature. That's what Charles Darwin said. We're always striving to overcome the hostile forces of nature. And throughout ancestral history, women needed men's resource provisioning for that. So that was a big one that's not as salient anymore, although women still prefer a mate with who will do that.
I'm not sure if it's quite. I don't want a man who's going to live off my money.
Right. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And that is slightly different.
Mhm.
It's a feeling of, I don't want to have to be your mother and your lover and the person who's working while you do fuck all.
Who would,
Whereas
yeah.
Absolutely.
a man who's like, okay, what I'm going to do is all of the domestic labor and you earn. I'm like, what's kind of I get that.
I wish.
And that made me think that we need to start getting men into fucking home ec, like immediately, right? Well, no, not men, but at least, in school, be encouraging young boys to be getting into home ec, because it's just as valuable, right? It could potentially make you more, could make you more of a high value man, okay? So remember that.
A lot more women shared that sentiment, and we could have a make stay-at-home dads sexy kind of movement. I think that would be good, but I don't think that that's what women
The sluttiest thing a man can do is wear a papoose.
Maybe, yeah, that'd be good. And again, maybe that this is a direction of travel with the rap music derogating fathering qualities and things like that. I would like to champion stay-at-home dads as kind of high status, but women make their mate choices as well around status. So which man is valued by his society or by our niche community or whatever, who is considered valuable to the people around him in his milieu. historically depended on men for protection. That's not as salient anymore.
Nope.
You know, when like
I mean, you guys are all going to the gym. You told me.
Right.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, yeah. We listened to a piece earlier where it turns out men are more desiring of protection from men than anything else. So we need to fix a bunch of stuff. But I hope we covered, I feel like we covered as much as we possibly could in the time given. Already 2 hours. And so we are going to wrap it up with this last video where at Denver 7, they asked Colorado children to share their favorite thing about their dads for Father's Day.
Sunday is Father's Day.
Do not forget. So I went over to Wash Park a couple of days ago to talk to some kids and some older than kids about just what makes their dads so great.
What's like the greatest thing about your dad?
He's took me to Disneyland. He does a lot of fun stuff with me. He takes me fishing a lot.
That's pretty great.
Yep.
He works hard for our family, and also he makes sure that we're all safe and that we always have opportunities.
He kind of always makes breakfast.
What does he make?
Sounds like a good dad.
Pancakes, French toast, eggs, bacon,
Oh yeah.
toast.
Oh, that sounds good. Making me
He's
hungry.
really
kid.
generous, and he loves us.
He's like always there for us, and like he always plans like fun stuff, and like he's just like really thoughtful. He always takes us to school in the morning, so he's always like ready to do stuff for us. So
That's a good dad.
He works hard for my family, and he's very kind and just a very happy person to be around. Very fun.
He's a very hard worker. Came from nothing, you know, like obviously we're here today just because of my dad. He's very dedicated to protecting our family, so I really admire him a lot for that. He's one of my biggest role models, you know, as a man myself, you know. He makes me want to do something for myself.
Do you have any message you want to tell him on Father's Day?
I love you, Daddy.
Tell you what.
Yeah, that was mushy. Good God. Damn kids are flexing on you. Let's be real, Badash. They clipped that. They edited that. I'm sure there was a bunch of kids who said a bunch of terrible stuff about their dads that they had to edit out for multiple reasons. So, you know, I'm sure, you know, it's just a snippet, right? I'm sure there were a couple of kids in there who were like, "Where are you, Dad? Why did you come back from getting cigarettes yet?" You know, or something. They had to cut that one out. Okay, so don't feel bad. Those are just the kids with good dads. But hopefully, some of the bad dads watched this stream today and have learned some things, potentially, about themselves. And will be better dads from now on. I don't know. But that's it for our Father's Day specific coverage. And men in general. We're going to move on to just regular shit. Don't worry, men. There will still be men involved in all of these videos. Don't worry. Rest assured with that. First, let's look at some unhinged men and women at this Miami Trump rally. Oh, wait a second. Wait, can I? Oh, yeah, no. We have to keep going. I think right now. Good God, how are we this fucking deep into this stream? This is ridiculous. Who made this list today? I need somebody to blame. Okay, yeah. So let's quickly look at this from the Good Liars.
This says Trump 2020, make liberals cry again. But Trump's the one who's not in office. So the liberals were happy about the 2020 election. So if there is a group that's crying about it, it would be conservatives.
He was first elected, and we were trying to, in 2020, we were trying to make that happen again, make them cry again.
But then he lost.
He lost, right, and now they're doing everything they can possible to stop him from even running in 24.
But if you had to say who's been crying
Wait,
about
he
the 2020
won, but he also
election,
lost.
who would it be?
It's very confusing. Oh, God. The look on that man's face right now. This is the look on that man's face.
Obama is the one running the country right now, not Biden.
Okay.
This is Obama's third term.
And why do you think that?
Because it's plain to see.
What is it?
Because he ain't got enough sense to walk out of a room without falling down.
So how is he actually running it? Is he in the White House right now, Obama?
He's in the White House.
Okay.
He's behind the scenes in the White House, yeah.
Interesting.
Obama, all
Is
the
he hiding
pictures
behind
taken
the
of him not
curtains
in
or
the White House
something?
most of the time. Is that not evidence that he's not in the White House?
He's hiding behind the cameraman.
I think both of them's in the White House, yeah.
Okay.
MakeHoneyGreatAgain.com.
makes
I'm
sense.
Todd, the owner of the company, and we travel the country with him. We
What is that?
donate
Oh, was
the
it-
proceeds to different organizations. We're here today for the J6ers. We're inside the gate.
What's on this guy's shirt right here? He's like wiping his mouth. Is this drool?
Mike Lindell everybody in the country uses us for fundraising. So
we're outside the Trump rally now, and why are you here today?
We are here to a couple reasons. We're here to promote an awareness of that Donald Trump represents a higher calling for the United States.
Okay.
And we're here to represent that higher calling. It's not necessarily Donald Trump personally, although he...
Who's Donald Trump? Anybody know? Is that like Donald Trump's secret brother? Like cousin or something?
What is so a higher calling? What does that mean?
In other words, that this country was founded on the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is the founding fathers came from a totalitarian, oppressive regime where freedom of religion, freedom of...
Oh my God, this guy is hilarious. He just starts like rattling off everything he can possibly remember about his 8th grade history class. He's like, this is proof right now. This is it.
Suppressed.
And what are you holding here?
What we have here is a painting that I did back in 2017 to show my support for the 45th President of the United States of America.
That is... Wow. This is interesting. So this guy decided it's montage time. Not montage. What's it called? A collage time, right? This is something else. You can see that his work was... It was a little sloppy, but it's like outsider art or something, you know? It's very avant-garde, if you will.
Okay. I see we've got Trump, we've got Eagles, we've got a bust of George Washington.
Do they live in hillbilly land? Depends on what you define as hillbilly land. This is a Trump rally in Miami, Florida.
Washington, we've got a white horse here.
Yes, well, George Washington's white horse, as you can see, George is riding the horse here, and
wait, I
and
can't
Trump
see
is-
that. All I see is George's head. I don't see a body. Did he decapitate George Washington? I'm pretty sure that's treason. This guy should be locked up. Now, to talk more about people who should be locked up,
illegal.
let's listen to a couple snippets of this Forbes breaking news live feed from Turning Point USA's most recent rally, where Steve Bannon came to speak and decided to start, well, he did a bunch of stuff, including listing off all the people that or at least some of the people he thinks need to be immediately indicted the second that Donald Trump becomes president again. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna get fucking copyright struck for this garbage. Not worth it. Trump. Okay, there we go.
Do you understand the inspiration that you give to the
world, the young people here today. What do you think inspires? What do you think inspires Germany and France and the United Kingdom? The young people in those nations are
Why isn't he in
up
jail?
against their
That's a great question. Oh, but yeah, I think Obsessive Audio just gave you your answer. I mean, he's supposed to report to prison very soon, but he's got a few more days of freedom, and he's clearly using it to either the worst or the best of his abilities, depending on how you want to define that.
leaders for freedom and liberty, and its turning point in you that have inspired them. Are we at war?
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, the first 30 seconds, starting about now here, if you count this as second 0, it might even go longer than that, but I was listening to this at 2x, so it can't be 100%. Right around here is where he starts talking basically like he's ready to start civil war, and says a bunch of things that sound very reminiscent of, I don't know, Confederate talk. I feel like that's the best way I can put it.
Are we at war? Is this a political war to the knife? Are you prepared to leave it all on the battlefield in 2024? There's no other giant.
Like, do you hear the imagery that's being evoked right now in this fucking speech? It's inflammatory, and I feel like that's being generous.
All on the battlefield in 2024? There's no other giant. You realize if they win, if they steal this election, because they can't win the election, right? No chance they can win it. If they steal this election, and they fully intend to steal it, this republic ends. That's what the burden's on your shoulders. Look what they've done. Look what the Biden regime has done since the scene of the crime right here in this building.
Now, if you have even a modicum of respect for Steve Bannon, and I'm not expecting anybody in chat to, but the people in the audience do. So if you have even a modicum of respect for this man, and you believe even 10% of what he's saying right now, right? Like, the Biden administration is criminal, and that they should... The entire government essentially is criminal, and anybody that's not a conservative is a criminal, and they need to go to war, literally. He really did not make a distinction on that until the very end of it, and you know, it's pretty easy to chop that up and make it sound like he's genuinely calling for war. This kind of rhetoric is incredibly disturbing when you start analyzing what he's saying here. And the fact is, actually, you know what? We can't even... I just forgot. We can't move on. I was about to move us on, but you have to hear the rest of it.
They stole the 2020 election. Look what the Biden regime has done. I don't need to go through the litany of how they destroyed this country, particularly on the three big things: the invasion, the overspending that destroyed the economy and left inflation, right? The invasion and the forever wars that they refuse to back off. But what they've done is something even worse. They've turned the legal system. They've turned the.
Oh wait, no, I just realized. No, hold on. No. It's further down. I think it's. Where is it? I think it's right around here.
I haven't seen a party like that since Andrew Jackson Sprout showed up. Taking the drapes out of the White House. I think after Biden, we're going to have...
I think he's referring to the time that Andrew Jackson, in this moment, if I'm not mistaken, Andrew Jackson was part of the party that literally burned down the White House. Hold on. Was it Andrew Jackson? Hold on. Yeah. Andrew Jackson's makeshift army of ruffians, hillbillies, pirates, and militiamen squared off in a flat field of sugarcane stubble against seasoned British regulars. And so, yeah, they eventually, so he's saying the administration are the British, right? And the Republicans have to take after Andrew Jackson and take back the government by force. Which time? Yeah, good point. It did happen multiple times.
Correct? That afternoon? For Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden and Hunter Biden, all in the Biden, they're a bunch of feral dogs.
Okay, hold on. Actually, wait. Is this where he says it?
It's a family of feral
Hold
dogs.
on.
We're gonna have to fumigate and have an exorcism. That's when the real work starts. The real work's gonna start on the afternoon of the 20th, and the first thing we gotta stop.
See, here we go. Okay, so yeah, this is more continuation of his discussion of a literal civil war. It's no longer hypothetical. It's no longer being like dog whistled or at all like masked in some sort of political thing. No. He's saying war over and over and over and over again. It's really, really difficult to take it any other way.
Going to start on the afternoon of the 20th, and the first thing we gotta stop the forever wars, particularly in Ukraine. No more money for Ukraine, not a penny. Not a penny. We've gotta stop the massive spending and what's destroyed the economy. We also have to begin to end the Fed.
So he wants to shut down the Federal Reserve, shut down all spending,
independent cryptocurrencies, not a
and
central bank digital currency.
and turn the entire economy into a turn everybody's dollars into cryptocurrencies.
They're going to control you, correct? And most importantly, he's got to seal the southern border, and we got to start the deportation of 10 to 15 million illegal aliens.
And then he wants to deport literally all immigrants, probably people who are also citizens, would be my guess.
That's the three big things, but trust me, on the afternoon of the 20th, we're also going to start the pick and shovel work to take apart the administrative state and to take on its rogue element, the Praetorian Guard, the deep state. We're going to run them all out of town. Hey, Merrick Garland, let me give you a heads up, bro. You're not going to be able to have your Department of Justice send a memo and say, oh, he shouldn't be prosecuted, and then have Department of Justice say, oh, well, I'm not going to prosecute myself, right? For holding back the tapes that we know show the lies of Joe Biden, the treason of Joe Biden.
The tapes? What tapes is he talking about? Is he still talking about the laptop? I feel like he's talking... I feel like that's what he's talking about. Maybe not.
How enfeebled he is. After that, it's not the tapes. We're coming after Lisa Monaco, Merrick Garland, the senior members of DOJ.
They've already indicted Merrick, or not indicted Merrick Garland, or they've done something in the... was it indicted? I can't remember what they did to Merrick Garland. We didn't cover that. We were going to, and then I had too much stuff going on that day. I totally forgot about it.
That have prosecuted President Trump, Jack Smith. And this is not about vengeance. This is not about revenge. This is not about retribution. This is about saving this republic. We're going to use the Constitution. We're going to use the Constitution. We're going to use the Constitution and the rule of law to go after you and hold you accountable. November 5th is Judgment Day. January 20th, 2025 is Accountability Day.
So yeah, here's the rhetoric of a man who's supposed to be going to jail in the next couple of weeks, essentially attempting to incite some kind of a civil war. Actually, I feel like there's one other spot in here I wanted to fucking listen to, but oh god, where is it? Because the fact is The other spot that I want to find in here is him literally saying over and over again that if Donald Trump loses in 2024, it is because the election was rigged. There is no other way for Donald Trump to lose. Okay, this is what he's saying, right? And that juxtaposed to the other things that he's saying here, right, suggests that people are going to, or people should be ready to literally go to war, because the presidency is about to be stolen, essentially. That's what he's setting people up for. Literally, there's no other way. It's kind of what they were doing around the last election, but they're really going in on it now, and it's all in public, and this shit is just fucking wild. In the same video, he's saying that anybody that was involved in prosecuting Donald Trump, among other Democrats, all need to be put in jail. Among other things, it seems like he's just completely... This dude should not be allowed to be talking. And somebody said that Charlie Kirk should be prosecuted. That would be nice. But I have doubts that that's going to happen. I have strong doubts about that. Okay, we're going to get through all this stuff today. I swear to God. I got to move faster. In fact, I feel like I should take a break right now and do the rest. Where are we at? No, 2 more, and then we'll break. Actually, no, I'm skipping these 2. We're going to do these later. I'm taking a break. Okay. Okay. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that like and subscribe buttons. It really helps me out. If you'd like to help out even more, well, you got a couple of options. 1, Patreon. 2, Twitch. That said, you get real benefits from both, so it all depends on what you want. If you subscribe on Twitch, you get access to sweet, sweet galactic emotes. If you subscribe to my Patreon, you get the ability to, you can add gifs and pics to these sweet, sweet scenes that you see in front of you. Shoutouts, exclusive content, and more. Well, Patreon link here, Twitch link here. With all that said, time for that galactic intermission. So, grab yourselves a drink, snack, and I'll be right back. By the way, I think I'm gonna have to re-upload the Vergonia flag because Twitch is not allowing me. It's been like days I put it up. So I'm probably gonna have to try to re-upload it. Sometimes that helps. I feel like their system of what's the word? Approving emotes is somewhat arbitrary. How many emotes are there on Twitch now fully uploaded? Let me look. What do we got? Okay. We got an animated space cat emote. We got, oh my god, why can't I think of his name? Oh, my brain just broke. There's a lava lamp emote. There's a Raphael emote. There's a Infinite Jessica emote. Multiple Galactic theme emotes. V for Vendetta mask. Got Bacula, which I need to resize. God damn it. Cisco, Neo, regular Jessica, Morty, Buddy Jesus on a Raptor, Rod Serling, Astrid Farnsworth, and I think that's all that's technically uploaded. Even though I have put more up there, they're not approved yet. I really wish we had emotes on YouTube, but still not able to do that. How many are we away now? 359 subscribers. Need to get to 500. So sad. It's just so sad. Okay. Now, let's see here. What do we have to do now? Alright, we got a couple of things to talk about before we get to environmental news. I'm gonna attempt to have fun while doing it. Might be difficult, but we're gonna try. First, let's start with this, which is not fun at all. It's from a day ago from Global News, discussing COVID-19, Ebola, and bird flu. What risks do zoonotic infections pose?
There have only been a few detections of H5N1 bird flu so far in humans, most via animal contact. Scientists say the risk is low, but they're concerned. It's a type of infection they're always watching.
SARS-1 was from a civet. MERS is from a camel. H1N1 was likely from a pig farm.
Zoonotic diseases start in animals. One species spreads it, and the more it spreads, the higher the chances it mutates into something more infectious. H5N1 jumped from birds to cows. Now that it's circulating in mammals, scientists worry it could spread from human to human. It's happened before. Ebola is zoonotic. And 3 out of every 4 new or emerging infectious diseases in people come from animals, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
If we don't really know what's happening on that fringe of animals, then we don't really have a full picture of what's going on.
British Columbia now monitors chronic wasting disease, a highly contagious, fatal infection in deer detected in BC for the first time last February. Vaccines can help protect against spillover infections, but making one can depend on 3 things.
It's a bit of an economic question as well as a public health question and maybe a scientific question.
Whether pharma companies will make enough money selling it, whether the infection is poised to spread and harm many people, and whether scientists can make one.
That's always the worst explanation. I always hate hearing that. Well, we gotta think about whether or not those very oppressed pharmaceutical companies can make money. Otherwise, we can't make it. Just can't do it. Yeah. Okay. You say so. But either way, it is something that I feel like we do have to keep our eye on. Thankfully, for now, there have been no cases of human-to-human spread from what we know, but as we talked about before, the people who are most exposed to this, specifically farm workers, tend to be oftentimes immigrants, right? And that poses its own problems, as many of them don't have health insurance and aren't on the radar of the government in the same way U.S. citizens might be. So our data is somewhat incomplete on this, which is really problematic when you think about it. Now, let's talk about something else that's problematic. This was from a couple of days ago. If you haven't seen this yet, Governor Hochul has decided to consider a potential mask ban in New York.
Some lawmakers, including New York Governor Hochul, are now making a push to ban masks at protests after recent demonstrations over the crisis in the Middle East have led to violence and vandalism here. But critics are now firing back, saying the ban on masks would be an attack on people's rights to peacefully protest. Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg is in the newsroom with much more on the story. Lauren.
It would also do this, which absolutely nobody in this fucking story brings up, which I find to be incredibly just unjournalistic of them to even consider, and possibly racist, is that this would essentially mean that any women of Islamic faith could not wear burqas. They could not cover their faces if that was what they wanted to do, which would essentially impinge on their not just their free speech, but their right to practice. Although I guess those are the same. God damn it! Whatever, you get what I'm saying. It is essentially infringing on their religious rights.
Liz, interesting to think about. 4 years ago, New Yorkers wouldn't leave the house without wearing a mask for fear of getting sick from COVID, but now most people do not wear masks in public. But when it comes to some of the pro-Palestinian protests, many have worn masks. But more concerning, a recent string of hate crimes in which masks are worn, making it very hard to track down the offenders.
What counts as a hate crime?
The flag of Israel on fire, and the man
That's not a hate crime.
holding the flag, concealing his identity, hiding behind a mask. Police arrested one person, but are still looking for 2 others
Also
in
not
the
a hate
incident
crime.
outside the Israeli consulate.
That's not if you can burn the American flag, you should be able to burn the Israeli flag. And it's ridiculous that somehow we're calling burning the Israeli flag anti-Semitic. If that's anti-Semitism, then burning the American flag is treason, right? Neither are, because it's constitutionally protected free speech. And this is ridiculous. This is what these new anti-Semitism laws are doing. They're completely conflating the idea of Jewishness with being Israeli, and it is disgusting, okay?
Town on Wednesday. But those masks have become a common theme worn by people in various...
So calling somebody a white supremacist Zionist is somehow, that's also anti-Semitism.
On Wednesday. But those masks have become a common theme worn by people in various hate-fueled anti-Semitic incidents this past week, including a disturbing incident on Monday when people on a train with their heads and most of their faces covered asked for Zionists to raise their hands.
Raise your hands if you're a Zionist!
It's a vile incident that raises the question about masks in general and how they're being used in a way that is far different than how they were used during COVID.
Some of the masks that have been used in this, you know, the assault on the subway train.
The assault
that
on the
covers
subway
everything
train?
but your eyes. So
wow,
there's
now
a distinction
that's
in the types
stretching
of
it.
masks.
During COVID, a
Very
state law
far.
that prevented masks from being worn in public in certain circumstances
Wow.
was repealed. But now the governor is considering getting it reinstated with certain exemptions like medical reasons.
Okay, yeah, like medical reasons, right. Well, fact is you can't force people not to wear something. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely wild. And like, it was just recently, I recall us in New York saying that people should be wearing masks at all times for a particular reason. That reason is starting to somewhat fade in my memory, but it's very short-sighted to be doing stuff like this just to crack down on free speech. But Kathy Hochul is not a fan of free speech or freedom, I guess. So yeah, there we go. Freedom-hating Kathy Hochul has decided to consider a very stupid thing. Now let's go to Canada quickly. In Quebec, where a very disturbing story, very frustrating. It's not disturbing, but it's very frustrating. Okay, we're just gonna go right to this. I don't think I need to explain what this is. You'll see what it is.
I wanted to be a social worker when I was younger, so I guess that's...
Charity is a key part of Mama Khan, the Pakistani restaurant Abdul Rashid Khan runs with his mother. They gave out free meals during the 2023 ice storm. They offer people meals for free during power outages.
We have an event today with the St. Justine Foundation.
Last year, he started a Pay It Forward program where every time someone donates at least $5, one of these vouchers would go up on the wall for anyone to take.
It was very successful. Today, we have given out over 712 free meals.
But now the wall just has sticky tack where the cards once hung after he got a warning letter from the Office Québécois de la Langue Française.
My reaction was kind of surprised that we were reported to the government saying that we are not bilingual.
Someone complained to the language watchdog about English language social media posts made by Mama Khan.
So these Pakistani Canadians who are running a restaurant who have been giving out hundreds of free meals by this very interesting system he's got going here, have been essentially told by the government that because they haven't put these vouchers in French, that is somehow unacceptable, and he needs to essentially take them all down. That's ridiculous. However, hold on, we don't have to watch this whole thing.
Posting about his situation online, Khan got an outpouring of support. Food blogger Jason Lee among those who spoke out.
I plan to head down there and add a few tickets of my own and sponsor a few tickets to him, and hopefully that, you know, helps.
The OQLF told Global News in a statement that it did not target Khan's free meal ticket program. They only warned him about his Facebook and Instagram pages after receiving a complaint.
The only thing I can do from here and moving on forward is just learn from mistakes and make sure it's in bilingual or in French.
He says if people are in need, they can come to the restaurant and he'll give them a free meal, voucher or not. Dan Spector, Global News, Montreal.
I just thought that was kind of an amazing story. Because this man said, fuck it. Okay, screw the vouchers. If you need a meal, come get a meal. Just seems like an amazing person. Oh, God. Can't he just make some of them French? Well, I skipped past the portion of it where he said that he works 90 hours a week and he doesn't have the money, and that he'd already paid a graphic designer and a printer to both design and make all of these, and spend essentially like hundreds of dollars doing that, or whatever it is. I don't remember the exact number he said, but he spent a bunch of money on doing that and just didn't have more money to continue to like somehow replace all the ones that he had already made, right? Like, I think he had like a giant box of these things, because he was planning on doing this for a long time. But regardless, he said, fuck it. I will continue giving people meals regardless of coupons, which I thought was even more badass. Just like, wow. Okay, let's look at a couple of these stories before we move on to environmental stuff. We're going to look at, what do you call it? Like tech stuff. First, Boeing. We talk about them, seems like ad nauseum, like way too fucking much. But we're going to do it again because more shit just keeps coming out about these people. And they're constantly flying giant, tin canisters above our heads at hundreds of miles an hour, and something to be concerned about even if you're not in a plane. Honestly, they fly over our city centers all the time. So yeah, let's look at this because they've been accused of using fake titanium parts.
Even more turbulence for Boeing. The commercial airline maker, along with Airbus, are staring down allegations that they may have used counterfeit titanium in their aircrafts. That's according to evidence from a supplier that has now triggered a Federal Aviation Administration investigation. Spirit Aerosystem alleges that the two aviation giants used titanium in their planes that came with paperwork that may have been falsified. Today's news.
Wow. So Boeing is falsifying records to skimp on titanium, because I'm going to point out this, which you may not be aware of, but titanium is more expensive than a lot of other metals, but is in fact, much more structurally, what do you call it? Oh my god, rigid? I think I might be using that wrong. Either way, it is physically different than other metals, and you shouldn't be using not titanium in places where you're expecting titanium, because the forces that it will withstand are going to be different, and that's a problem. It's disgusting. I mean, the cost cutting they're doing in this fucking company is criminal. Okay, hold on, because we're not done. Let's move on to this, where Tesla is having problems as well. In NBC LA, a Tesla on autopilot crashed into a car in Fullerton. This was from 2 days ago. Tesla on autopilot nearly misses officer in Fullerton. This appears to be body cam footage. The officer was managing traffic at the scene of a deadly crash. Oh, damn. Then a Tesla on self-driving mode crashed into the patrol car. The officer quickly ran out of the way and avoided being hit. This is bad. This is it's a bad look for self-driving. Speaking of self-driving, we're not quite done. And this one is honestly, I think this one's more disturbing. It actually concerns me more than that one, even though that's fucked up. Oh, first, let me just remind you of this, and then we're going to quickly move on. But if you're not aware of this, Elon Musk, his pay package has been approved by the stockholders of Tesla and is now going to be paid $56 billion for 1 year. All in stock.
Tesla shareholders have agreed to give CEO Elon Musk the biggest pay deal in corporate history. It would award Elon Musk around 300 million shares in Tesla, equivalent to 10% of the company. That is worth some $56 billion, hundreds of times more than any boss in America made last year.
Yeah, no kidding.
Follow the rich white man.
So here's the thing, and we talked about this multiple times now, but I am fucking just dead set on talking about it. That's why. And we've done the math, talked about it, how it's 140,000 times more than the average employee. Now, what I didn't realize at the time when we were doing the math, which I've now realized between then and now, is that that actually represents, if it's 140,000 times as much as an average employee at Tesla makes, then that represents all of the money. He's getting paid as much as all of the employees combined. Because I realized there's only 130,000 or so Tesla employees, which means literally Elon Musk is being paid more than all of his fucking employees combined. This is disgusting. Okay, this is the most textbook example of just the problems with capitalism, with the rampant inequality, the paying of CEOs at exorbitant fucking ratios higher than workers that I think exists in society right now. For one man to be paid more than all of the workers in the company combined, which he runs, is just the definition of why capitalism is fucked. Yeah, like it's disgusting. It's an egregious. It's just wrong. And the fact is not only should he probably go to jail for even suggesting that he wanted this, I feel like the board and the stockholders should probably also be penalized for allowing something like this to happen, right? Like, who the fuck are these shareholders to say that this is acceptable in society, right? We need to stop having stockholder capitalism where people's lives are being completely marginalized by their fucking decisions. So let's move on to this from 2 days ago, where Waymo is now recalling 600 plus, which I believe represents all of its self-driving vehicles, which it has been using on I believe it's San Francisco. I can't remember where. I think it's somewhere in California. But essentially the government of whatever, I can't remember where it is, goddammit. But they have been using the streets, the public streets, as a testing ground for their self-driving vehicles, of which there are hundreds, and are now recalling all of them because of safety risks. What? Couldn't have called that one. Fact is there was safety risks. There's obvious safety risks with doing this from the beginning.
More than 600 of those Waymo self-driving vehicles, of which, if you drive on the streets of Phoenix, especially in some other Valley cities, you definitely see them out there, but not right now. Dominique Newland joins us live with this story. Dom.
Good morning. Yeah, a lot of people using Waymo cars to get around, and the total number of vehicles being recalled nationwide, 672, and that turns out to be Waymo's entire fleet. So the reason behind this recall, it stems from last month during a crash investigation involving a Waymo car. This happened in Phoenix, and in its report, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the vehicle hit a wooden utility pole while it was in an alleyway trying to perform a low-speed pullover maneuver. There were no passengers or backup human drivers inside at the time, and no one was hurt, but the vehicle did sustain some damage.
Now, here's the thing. I think most people don't understand, because most people haven't fucked around with sensors, right? But sensors are inherently flawed, okay? There's been huge leaps and bounds in terms of improving the technologies, but they are flawed. Okay, and they're all based upon the way that they work. They have to, depending on what kind of sensors they are, they have to find some piece of data, whatever kind of, if it senses black or white, or if it's actually like a color sensor, or if it has like depth, the ability to determine distance on things, and they're all being compiled together into one sort of thought, if you can think of it like that, like for the system, right? But they're inherently flawed because they're programmed by humans. They don't have the ability to actually think, right? Or maybe recognize a human the same way that a human might recognize another human, like walking somewhere, right? And the fact, there's like all sorts of problems, like in terms of where the sensors are placed, right? What is their field of vision, and all of these things sort of come into play, which makes it dangerous, especially to have nobody behind the wheels of these vehicles, right? You got children out there walking around the road, and it just to allow Waymo to just start doing this. Multiple governments. I didn't realize that Phoenix and Arizona had gotten involved in this as well. I thought it was just in the Bay Area. Like, I think there was like another neighborhood in like LA that allowed it, but it's just they've had a litany of problems. They've caused damage, and I think, in fact, somebody got hit by them. I think at one point. Maybe multiple people now that I think about it. I'm trying to think. I feel like I should look this one up while I'm talking about it. No, I don't have time. We're like so deep into this. 3 hours. Good God. No, we don't have time to keep talking about Waymo. We do have time to laugh about this while we're talking about the fallibility of machines. And the machines made by humans. Let's talk about how bad some human drivers are.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Fast, sharp right. Fast, sharp right. Sharp right. Sharp right. Listen. Sammy, you have to listen to my call, Sammy. Please, I beg you. Fast, medium right. You have to turn the wheel, Sammy. 40, fast, medium left. 50, downhill, triple caution.
Triple caution.
Stay center. Triple caution, stay center.
I fucking love this guy.
Whoa. Concentrate, Sammy, please. Medium left, long. Turn in. Medium left. Medium left, nice and easy. Turn. Throttle. Fast, medium left, long. In.
Oh, God.
Medium right, concentrate. Medium left.
Oh my God, this dude almost just died.
Medium left into sharp left. You're not concentrating, Sammy. You're watching out and driving.
God damn it, Sammy.
Sammy, you have to listen, Sammy. Otherwise,
Seriously.
you're not working, Sammy.
Seriously, pal.
You're watching and driving. You have to be easy, Sammy. Otherwise, we won't win it. You have to be...
Okay, just wanted to giggle for a moment. It is Sunday FUNDAY after all. It's your average driving instructor. But at least they have their own, like, pedals. I don't think this guy has pedals. Alright. Now... That was not a student driver. No. What? No, that was a rally. That was rally driving. That was not road driving. Okay. Let's go to environmental stuff. This is gonna be a long ass stream. I can already feel it. I said it earlier. It's definitely happening. Let's go to this. Let's talked about this earlier, but it's worth a second look for multiple reasons. So for the first time ever, CNBC cares about climate change and rising seas. I'm sure you can never think of why.
And the forecast is for an above-average season, up to 13 hurricanes. This, in addition to the sea level rising, has coastal real estate seeing flooding and erosion like it never has before. That trend, it's hitting coastal real estate values. Diana Olick shows us the growing impact in her continuing series on the rising risks from climate change.
From Dana Point, California, to Long Island, New York, to Nantucket, Massachusetts, some of the nation's priciest coastal real estate is in an increasingly precarious position due to climate change.
They're buying them knowing they're going to lose them.
This Nantucket home was listed last summer for just over $2 million. But in the fall, a barely notable nor'easter wiped away an astounding 70 feet of the beach it sits on, thanks to sea level rise and unusually intense rainfall. The house sold this year for just $600,000. The buyer told the Boston Globe the price mitigates the risk, and it's not the only one.
There's been several. One sold in the mid-7s and one sold in the mid-8s, which I know that sounds like a lot of money.
Yeah, it does.
But those houses, if they weren't at erosion risk, would have sold for, I don't know, 10, 12 million.
Nantucket real estate agent Shelley Lockwood just launched a seminar for fellow agents to help them reprice homes at risk.
That's literally like 90% of the value just getting wiped out.
I saw houses selling and I thought, oh my God, that's not worth that.
You don't feel bad? Well, I'm not expecting anybody here to feel bad for these people, but it is something to watch, I feel like, because it involves housing, which we talk about all the time, and climate change. So that's partly why it's positioned in this particular area, kind of helping us segue from one to the other. And it's also, it is, I don't want to say cathartic, because that sounds like I'm relishing it too much. But, I mean, it's not the worst to watch people who are in just kind of obscenely wealthy, losing money on all these properties they've been sitting on. You know, because I feel like a lot of people who have the money to own like a $10 million beach house also probably own the apartment building that you live in, you know, or maybe their buddies do.
Falling in the ocean.
On the eastern end of Long Island, in Montauk, back-to-back storms this winter had the community scrambling to bolster its beaches and protect its multi-million-dollar homes as the water came in faster than ever before.
Where we've seen flooding in the past and the water subsiding right away, it's not subsiding anymore. We have a friend that's has a $10 million home, and he's not even sure what to do with it, because if he sells it, it's never going to be the $10 million that he bought it for.
Looking at zip codes just on the east and Gulf coasts of the U.S., these 33 have a median home value of at least $1 million. And in
homeowners insurance is becoming obnoxious and you don't even live near water. Well, that's explainable, because here's what's happening, right? The insurance companies, seeing all of these complete losses in sort of climate zones, if you will, of peril. I hate that. Climate zones of peril. But seeing that, they have been canceling coverages all over the place. And you might be asking yourself, well, why? Why would that make getting homeowners insurance or my homeowners insurance itself more expensive? Well, here's why. It's because suddenly, without all the revenue from those insurance policies, the insurance companies, well, they can't stop paying themselves as much as they've been paying them. So they need you to pay them more, right? They need you and your neighbor and your neighbor's neighbor and everybody else to pay more for theirs because there's less people in the pool, right? So it kind of feeds itself. It's a real fucked up circumstance, but it's real.
These areas, a combined 77,000 properties are at significant flood risk, according to models by First Street, a climate risk data and analytics firm. That is roughly $100 billion in potential losses.
I think we just put our head in the sand. Values weren't going down until the last 10 years, and it's still been kind of a quiet reduction.
Attorney Chris Farley is working with Nantucket homeowners to help reduce their property taxes as both the beach and their values erode. Some homes have been reassessed while their neighbors haven't.
Yeah, so all these people out here are kind of holding their breaths, even while the actual value of their homes are diminished by 80-90%. It's the same way that the commercial real estate guys are feeling right now, as they're all sitting on these massive buildings that retail and other sorts of businesses have left due to the change in the workplace environment. The quote-unquote leaving the office sort of vibe has really completely changed their business model. They're all sitting on these multi-billion-dollar buildings that are now worth much less than they used to be. It's about time that they start actually considering turning these things into housing, things like that, but they refuse to do that because it would require a lot of effort. Speaking of housing, let's move on to this. Oh shit, no, we can't do that yet. Actually, no, let's do this. Let's do this first. Let's do that. Because I've been trying lately to be more productive, if you will, or discussing alternatives to the things that we're doing that are causing some of the problems that we're dealing with. I figured we'd watch a snippet of this Not Just Bikes video. These are, according to them, the houses that can't be built in America.
There's a similar pattern you'll see in the skyline of cities all over the US and Canada. The city is sprawling and flat, and then suddenly, a bunch of giant towers. Here it is in Minneapolis, and in Charlotte, and in Seattle. But compare that to almost any European city, and you'll get a much smoother progression of buildings with lots that are of an in-between size. When I criticize American car-dependent suburbs, there's a common knee-jerk reaction. Someone will inevitably claim, I live in the suburbs because I don't want to be crammed into a concrete box in the sky. As if there's no alternative between a concrete tower and car-dependent suburbia with asphalt as far as the eye can see. Now, you might just dismiss this person as being an ignorant idiot, and to be fair, they probably are. But there's a small bit of reality in that statement, because in most of the US and much of Canada, those are your only two options to live: an apartment or a single-family home. There's almost nothing in between. Urban planners have dubbed this the missing middle problem, and it affects almost every city in the US and Canada with very, very few exceptions. As with most things wrong with urban planning in America, this all started in the 1940s when cities started promoting car-centric suburbanization with an emphasis on every family owning their own detached home.
Exactly. It was the American dream. You know, it's the American dream that kind of killed us in so many ways, and a lot of these things we did about 75 years ago or so, kind of are coming back to haunt us now.
Now, if single-family homes were built because people wanted single-family homes and the market demanded it, that might be okay, but it's not that simple. Instead, it became almost impossible to build anything other than single-family homes because of strict Euclidean zoning. I've referred to this before in my Livable Neighborhoods video.
Yeah, this is the SimCity problem.
And zoning is not the only problem either. There are other car-centric policies, especially minimum parking requirements, that reinforce this as well. All of these requirements severely constrain what can be built. In particular, it makes it almost impossible to build the traditional walkable neighborhoods that are enjoyable, efficient, sustainable, and financially solvent. This problem is endemic across the U.S. If you look at areas of a U.S. city where residential buildings are permitted, you find that almost all of it only allows for single-family homes. It's illegal to build anything else. The worst offender here is San Jose, where 94% of the land that allows building housing only permits building single-family homes. And this is in the heart of Silicon Valley, where more housing is desperately needed.
Yeah, like Jules T just said, this is example of why NIMBYism is at fault here as well. Although some of this was just a lack of foresight, but there's definitely some intersectionality between those two things, for sure. Hold on though, let me scoop us forward in this video. You also recommend Radical Planning, City Nerd, City Beautiful, and Strong Towns. Yes, I've seen all of these as well. There's only so many videos I can do, and considering I feel like I do a pretty good job. That might be tooting my own horn a little bit, but I try to hit up as much as possible, and maybe one day we will see those videos in here as well, but I only have so much time. You've got mine. You have got mine now. Let's kick the ladder. Yep. There's a lot of that right now, which is holding back the progression of American society, where people who are established do not want to give up that the current paradigm in which has afforded them that comfort to change it all, for fear of losing any of that privilege, if you will. But let's move to about here.
The situation in Europe is very different. Here in the Netherlands, for example, you'll very often see mid-rise buildings that are 5 floors or less, and many terraced homes as well. It is possible to find single-family homes too, of course, but it's not the only type of housing available. This street, in Duivendrecht, an utterly normal city near Amsterdam, has terraced homes mixed with semi-detached homes and small apartment buildings, all in the same place. This provides so much more choice in the housing market, especially for families. Not everybody wants to maintain a big house with a big yard and live in a place where you have to drive to do just about anything. And it also allows for the type of enjoyable, livable, walkable urban.
You love your house? There's nothing wrong with loving your house. I'm not trying to say that at all. I'm just saying that we need to stop the sort of attitude, the not in my backyard attitude of saying, no, we can't allow different housing in this area because it'll affect our, whatever it might be. Because there's a lot of excuses that are given for not doing these things, but we need to consider changing the way that we do housing, not just because of the fact that we're in a housing crisis, but also having this kind of middle housing, which Not Just Bikes is talking about, is also much better for the environment as well, right? Having these sorts of more densely populated places that might not be cities, like a main, towers and all that, but are somewhere in between that and suburbs, are, I think, something we really need to be considering, because it requires planning, right? If we don't start thinking about trying to do these things now, and how to do them the best possible way, we're going to wind up with like things that we have now, where America's plagued by this sort of lack of middle housing.
Neighborhoods that I'm constantly praising on this channel as being some of the best places in the world to live. You can even live in a concrete box in the sky, if you like that kind of thing. So maybe you don't like these kind of homes, and that's okay, they don't like you either. But even if you don't like these kind of homes, you have to justify why it is illegal to build these kind of homes in almost every neighborhood in the US and Canada.
Right.
Now,
Yeah,
of course,
Canada has the same
eliminating
problem.
single-family zoning doesn't
Forgot about
eliminate single-family homes. These houses can still be built if there's demand for it. It just means they would no longer be the only type of homes that can be built.
Exactly, right? It should not be illegal to do that, right? And that's what I'm trying to get at. We do need to somehow find a way to integrate affordable and climate-friendly solutions into our housing. Because right now, the way we're doing things isn't great. Okay, let's move on, because we've got other stuff to talk about. Current stuff to look at. As Bay Area is currently experiencing a number of fires near the region, and an elevated fire danger is currently in effect in the Bay Area as of a day ago.
Let's take a live look from Sutro Tower at the Golden Gate Bridge, and if there is a more beautiful day anywhere in the forecast, I want to be there for it, because today was awfully fine, Rob.
Not bad. Yeah, you do see the clear skies. San Francisco, what's good for clearing our skies out, sunshine from the coast to the inland valleys. Those west-northwest winds, though, an issue for fire danger. We'll be talking more about that coming up across those inland hills later tonight. But look at the sunshine there in San Francisco. 65 degrees, west wind at 14 miles per hour, low 80s into San Jose, but a little windy into the Santa Clara Valley. Got a north wind at 20 miles per hour right now in San Jose, 80 degrees in Dublin, wind out of the west.
Hold on, I don't need to watch all this. God dang it. Where did they start talking about the fires? I think it's here? Yeah, here it is.
But here is the big story. Winds out of the northwest, then eventually north into Monday, leading to this red flag warning starting at 11 o'clock tonight. Central and southern Lake County, the northern half of Solano County will be watching this too as the winds really start to bring down these humidity levels. Notice today these areas in red inland across the North and East Bay will see some recovery in those levels overnight as the winds come back in across the bay. But during the day tomorrow, similar spread of low humidity numbers, especially up towards Lake County, Napa County, and into the interior East Bay. But watch what happens on Monday. We begin to see a drier start. Those arrows pointing from the north, that's going to make things drier. And at times, as those wind speeds pick up late Sunday night into Monday morning, I think that is when we're going to see the peak risk for some inland fire danger. It's going to be.
So that's literally right now. Okay, move on from this one, because there's other fires in California right now, and in about 10 hours, the Post fire in Gorman outside of LA went from 4,400 acres to 11,000 acres. Let's watch the progression of this one.
Post fire broke out just before 2 o'clock this afternoon, quickly exploding to more than 4,000 acres. And as you can see, several buildings have burned.
We have live team coverage of the evacuations and the conditions, starting with NBC4's Christian Cáceres, who's live tonight in Gorman. Christian.
That's right, guys. I can tell you LA County Fire tells me they have zero containment of this fire, and that's because of the persistent 20-mile-per-hour winds that we have here in the area. They say that is the biggest challenge they have been facing today. But right now, fire teams are in the area. They're working hard, trying to put out some of the hot spots, one of them being right here behind me. This one popped up about 5-10 minutes ago, but I can tell you the auto shop behind it, that was damaged because of the fire, and witnesses shaken up by what happened.
A wildfire in Gorman kept firefighters on their toes on Saturday as they battled the blaze.
Does anybody else feel like that guy was being way too chill about that fire directly behind him?
Air and by forces on the ground. More than 250 crews from Los Angeles and Ventura counties and Angeles National Forest working together to construct perimeter fire lines in the rural region and forced a nearby campground to evacuate.
We have 1,200 people evacuated, and we will be working overnight on this fire.
Nearby, Alex Snover captured the fire with his cell phone. Watch as the fire begins to consume this auto shop.
The bushes were on fire, and when I got near the bushes, it felt like an oven, you know? It was probably like at least 250 degrees.
Yeah, that's fucked. And so that was 23 hours ago. This is from 13 hours ago. Just to kind of show you the sort of chronology.
We're going to stay
of
with
all
that
this.
wildfire coverage, Shauna. We want to start in San Bernardino County in the city of Hesperia. That's where that brush fire broke out at around 6 o'clock last night off Highway 173 near Silverwood Lake. And according to CAL FIRE, it has burned over 1,100 acres, about 5% containment. An evacuation warning is still in place for Lake Arrowhead Equestrian Estates. We're going to stay on top of that. But let's get right to NBC4's Annette Ariola live in Gorman this morning with an update on the current conditions. Annette, do you hear us? How's it looking out there? Good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you, Michelle. That's right. It is extremely windy out here, making it very difficult for crews. In fact, Michelle, we were on our way up to Gorman. We had to stop and turn around because we spotted several fires here, and you can see some of those flames peeking through those bushes out here. We're along Pyramid Lake Road. You can see a lot of these crews that are making the rounds out here trying to really get control of this fire. They are pulling in multiple resources from several agencies, all again in an effort to get everything under control. So again, we have seen at least 2 active fires, very large flames, and this is south of Highway 138. Now let's go ahead and show you video from overnight. You can see what crews were up against. The fire burning just out of control on the west side of the I-5. Heavy flames just spread across the hillsides. More than 250 crews from LA and Ventura counties, as well as the Angeles National Forest, working overnight to construct fire lines. They also were using aircraft, multiple aircraft, for water drops out here. Officials had.
Now, Gorman is in between Bakersfield and Los Angeles. Or I guess the closest municipality to Gorman is actually Santa Clarita, south of it. But there's a massive amount of forest between both Bakersfield and Los Angeles, surrounding Gorman, where this fire is currently. And this could really get out of control really quickly. Like they were saying, the winds are really high right now, which could really add to the fuel for this fire, as obviously fires need oxygen to burn. So it's really going to cause more problems. I mean, it's kind of obvious already, considering the fact that it's at 11,000 acres. Changed in a blink of an eye, right? 7,000 in 10 hours. Just gone. 0% containment, according to this infographic they have on the screen. Just hope they manage a way to contain the fire. Okay, but we're not done with fires. We got to go north to Canada, to the Northwest Territories, as the wildfires in Canada have now reached the Northwest Territories. So far, nobody has been hurt by this. Nothing has been destroyed yet, but it is out of control. If I don't think I understand it correctly, at least.
Okay, we have new details on a story that's developing here at home. A wildfire growing near Fort Good Hope, Northwest Territories. Here's a map showing where the fire is located, just about 1 kilometer away from the community right now. The fire has been inching toward the airport, but no structures have yet been damaged. An evacuation order remains in effect. About 300 people have left the community so far. We'd like to bring in Mike Westwick.
Okay, that's all we're gonna do on that one. But I just figured it'd be good to at least be aware of that as well. I know we have some Canadian viewers in here. They have evacuated people from the area, as it does appear to be heading in the direction of that town, which they just pointed out, Fort Good Hope. What's next? Yes, this. Okay, let's go to Colorado, where there's actually a tiny bit of good news here, where apparently free recycling in all of Colorado will become a reality now that state lawmakers have decided to move forward on legislation which would allow for this to happen.
New tonight at 10 o'clock, free recycling for everybody in Colorado is about to become a reality. This law passed 2 years ago, but state lawmakers just gave it the green light to move forward. So how will it work and who's going to pay for it? Your investigator, Katie Weiss, also your reporter in Arapahoe County. Katie joins us now live from her community in Southeast Aurora with some answers. So Katie, what did you find out?
Well, Karen, it's called the Producer Responsibility Program, and it requires companies who ship their foods, beverages, and other products in single-use plastics like these to pay an extra fee so they can cover everyone else's recycling costs. And now some people here in my neighborhood in Southeast Aurora are telling me they're pretty excited. They're hopeful that this could mean some discounts potentially on their HOA fees since recycling pickup will be covered. And meanwhile...
Yeah, I'm sure the HOAs will be rushing to not charge people things.
Other folks in more rural neighborhoods are especially excited because they don't currently have this more convenient recycling pickup.
It makes me a little angry that I have to spend my day this way.
As a restaurant owner, Megan Mitchell is no stranger to single-use packaging. Since 2007, she and her employees at Cactus Jack's in Evergreen spend upwards of 10 hours a week sorting recyclables.
We get the glass in the right place, we get the aluminum in the right place.
Spending $200 a month to haul it in this trailer to the nearest recycling drop-off.
It's just so much that I can't fit it all in the back of my bed of my truck.
That's why she can't wait for the Producer Responsibility Program to go into effect.
Yeah, and I love that we're putting the cost on companies creating all of this waste. I think that's a great plan, honestly. Not being sarcastic. That's legit. Honestly, they usually have about exactly zero sort of responsibility for the products they create once they've sold them, which can be very frustrating. And this sort of thing I can definitely get behind. Let's move on to this really quickly, but California is not just dealing with heat. It turns out that today,
as we get
Denver,
into the next 24 to 48 hours, it'll be extra hot. Sunday and Monday, the heat advisory in effect for Metro Denver tomorrow from noon until 7. We also have high fire danger for the area as well, and we have red flag warnings all across the state. At this point, our temperatures have made it into the low 90s here for the Denver area, up into northeastern Colorado, and for the southeastern part of the state, which is actually a cool down as compared to the triple digits you had the last few days. So 90s here from Pueblo to Lamar, 70s and 80s for the high country, and 93 for Grand Junction today. Our climate calendar, officially 93 at the airport.
So yeah, it's already in the 90s, and in fact, a couple places, it looked like they were in the high 90s in Colorado. And it's just the second week of June, I think. Something like that. Okay, let's go on to this, because there's other places that are hot and dry to talk about. Just going to go north to Wisconsin, where drought and combination of that drought and dam infrastructure has stranded thousands and thousands of mussels on the Wisconsin River.
Spring storms have pounded Wisconsin in recent weeks, but parts of the state are still experiencing a long-term drought. That can cause problems for marine life that need high water levels to survive. Here and Now reporter Nathan Denzine has more on one species that has been hit particularly hard.
We reached peak drought severity in September of last year.
To just see that crash with almost no rain for a long time was very disturbing.
It's been a very dry few years for Wisconsin.
I started getting lots of phone calls from people saying there's all these mussels out there and they're stranded, they're dying. What can we do?
It's had a significant impact on a species we hardly think about.
I was no longer picking up a mussel and placing it gently in the water. I was throwing them as fast as I could.
Much of southern Wisconsin has been in a perpetual drought since about 2021, straining aquatic resources. Despite spring rains, drought is still hitting the southwestern part of the state right now near the Wisconsin River.
We didn't see much rain in the fall, our usual fall.
Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole video, but I think there's one other part I wanted to watch. I think it's like right around here. Yeah.
Here is the last of 26 on the waterway.
Because we had such a drought year, the dam did not have water to release.
Many of the dams on the Wisconsin, including Prairie du Sac, have strict federal regulations. While dams keep a reservoir of water on hand to generate electricity, federally regulated dams are not allowed to release more water than they receive.
Whatever comes into Lake Wisconsin at the very head of the lake comes through the dam.
Those dams are called run-of-river dams because any water that comes in must go out. Alliant Energy, which owns the Prairie du Sac Dam, in a statement said, "Our license requires us to maintain the water level. Therefore, we cannot release more water during drought conditions. Not all dams on the Wisconsin River are licensed as run-of-river facilities, and some may manipulate water levels."
In this scenario, on paper, nobody did anything wrong. Everybody was in compliance with their license obligations the entire time, and yet the outcome was thousands or tens of thousands, we don't know, dead mussels on the river.
That meant the only solution to save the mussels was to physically walk the shore banks and throw them back into the river.
We put out a call to action just saying, we know that this is a problem. If you're able to help, please go out to the river.
It was getting to where I was spending 3 to 4 hours. Forget the artifacts. I was no longer looking at that.
This is why we need environmental agencies like the EPA and things like that, as well as, actual scientific studies being done on the impacts of humans on our environment, because we rely on these things more than I think we consider on a day-to-day basis. and it's not just about the animals' habitats, but we also, people eat mussels, right? So it's a part of our own food chain, if you will, and these things need to be well regulated. Unfortunately, in this particular situation, what needed to happen was have people literally chucking mussels into the river. Apparently, I wish I had a better solution than that. But yeah, at least if we know more things, we can maybe, hire people to help protect these things better. Fact is I know that many of the regulations around the level of water in these dams have to also do with either environmental related things or human needs, right? In terms of like water for consumption, right? But yeah, I just felt like this deserved us to look at, because we should be aware of the impacts that our infrastructure is causing on the environment while we're talking about all these things. Let's just quickly look at this story because there's another heat wave coming to western New York. This is from WKBW-TV in Buffalo, where apparently Buffalo schools are going to be doing half days due to the upcoming excessive heat.
And because of that heat, Buffalo Public Schools is announcing half days for students pre-K through 8th grade next week. Students will be released 3.5 hours earlier than their typical dismissal times. Lunch will be served to students before they leave for the day. High school students, though, are still expected to report for their state regents exams. Water stations will be available. A reminder, BPS is closed Wednesday for Juneteenth.
Okay. So yeah, there's heat waves in multiple places. Heat waves intense enough to close schools, among other things, cause fires. And it's not good. Not good, because it's very, very early for these things to be sort of happening. But they are. Okay. Let's quickly look at this. If you're not aware, Florida was hit with a record amount of rainfall, and that caused life-threatening floods in the region, and a state of emergency was declared. So, figured we would look at this. We already talked about it shortly, like a day ago. But you can see, like, just how buried these cars are. Usually Florida, even though they get tons and tons of rain, they have very good drainage, honestly. But the amount of rain that came down in an hour was enough to trigger these floods. Oh shit, what did I just do? Whoopsies. Oh god, I hate Chrome. Why do you have to suck? Oh, and it switched me back to Top Chat. Why would you switch me back to Top Chat? That's so rude. So rude. Okay. Fixed it. Okay, let's talk about this. It's another thing we have to consider in our society that I think is definitely contributing to some of the problems that we're having out there. This is from PBS Terra from 3 days ago. Grass. America's thirstiest addiction.
What you're looking at right here is essentially what we call our war room. 400 acres, several thousand sprinkler heads on 2 golf courses. Wow. So it's pretty massive.
Like, how do you decide what gets watered when?
So up here, 358,000 gallons of water run last night.
Christ. Where is all of this water coming from? Because we're basically in the middle of a desert. The grass may always be greener on the other side, but that grass ain't staying green on its own. Humans will move heaven and earth to create an artificial oasis, even in places you'd never expect. How and why does grass thrive almost everywhere we live? And in a world facing more record-setting droughts than ever, is there a better way? I'm Shane Campbell-Staton, and this is Human Footprint. Here in Palm Springs, to walk the walk, you gotta dress the part.
Fact is, this golf course should just not exist, right? Like, this is ridiculous.
lined up there.
Perfect. Looks good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bam!
Damn, you suck.
Yeah.
You got it.
I did not.
All right.
Nope, it's still there.
Okay. Let's see what we can do. Boom.
I was feeling real good about myself until just now.
Turf grass. It covers more of the U.S. than almost any other plant. And there's nowhere grass is more pampered than the golf courses of Palm Springs, California.
Good golf requires good grass, in your opinion?
I would think so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's go to... Let me move this forward here. Because there's a point where they actually talk about exactly how much fucking water they're using per day for this fucking golf course. Here it is.
Underneath this thin veneer of green lies a massive engineered life support system. And without it, this desert oasis would turn to dust.
So this is putting out a lot of, like 300,000 some odd gallons of water?
Yep.
Every single day?
Yep. On this course. Then you have this golf course, which would be very similar to it.
300,000 gallons of water a day. This is why you don't put golf courses in the fucking desert, okay? This is ridiculous. These places shouldn't exist. You know, like in the north and or some other places that are in, you know, places with more water, it makes sense where, you know, but you try to make a golf course in the desert that's not supposed to be there. You got some real questions about how that makes sense for humanity at large. 300,000 gallons a day per course, and I'm pretty sure Palm Springs? Is that it? I forget whatever this place is. They don't need multiple golf courses. In fact, I think these people should be forced to not have golf courses. It's just wrong. It is the wrong use of these resources. You know, I'm not against golf in general. I'm just against that particular part of it because it's wild. But the fact is, we got other problems. So let's talk about that as well.
You need to know all the ingredients and predict how they'll interact once mixed together.
Thank you. So, cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, that was a tasty beverage. As a biologist, it's kind of weird to me, right? It's like wherever you go, in whatever environment, humans settle down and then there's grass.
Yeah. Every place that we inhabit is artificial in some way. Although this is a pretty nice situation.
I'm not gonna lie, this is some good living.
That's a very nice backyard.
I'm gonna blame the Brits.
Wow.
Because
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. This notion of the sort of manor of the estate.
Oh, hello.
You mix that with the kind of individualism of the U.S., and you have now people with quarter-acre lots. That's their castle, surrounded by this space.
So its status is what you're saying.
It signals that I own this territory, and also that I maintain it. I think baked into the way.
Exactly. So I never hated lawns as much as I do now, because the way he put it like that made me like consider it, and I was like, oh my god, he's right. Lawns are literally somehow a libertarian sort of construct. It's like I have worked this land, therefore it is mine. I have planted a corn plant at the correct number of places, and now I declare it at Jeffreyville or something. You know what I mean? It's like this it's this like declaration that I have intermixed this land with my labor, and therefore it is my domain.
We expanded as a country, right? We had too much land. People needed to populate that.
Like manifest destiny.
Manifest destiny, exactly. If you farmed it or ranched it or timbered it for 5 years, then that land was yours. Right? I mean, if you were white and male.
Yeah, of course.
But that sets a precedent, right? Like that you can't just sit on land, you have to prove that you're cultivating it.
But grass isn't just baked into American psychology. It forms the economic foundation of American homeownership.
Let's say you're driving around a neighborhood in...
Exactly. So this is another one of those decisions that we made along with the suburbanization of America that is, in fact, contributing drastically to our droughts and other sorts of problems relating to water in this particular, but not just water, because we've talked a bunch about other things, as well as like carbon emissions and things like that. A lot of that has been a failed experiment in terms of its benefits to not just the environment but also our society, you might say. Because I think a lot of this also kind of helps to, what's the word? Distance ourselves from one another, to fracture what should be more like communal aspects of living. Not to say everybody has to live that way, but I think that, you know, as humans, we do need people. So there's just all sorts of things I think that there are to argue against this sort of construction of our way of life, if you will, in America. It's not the only place too. Canada has very similar problems. Okay, got more stuff to talk about here. Let's go to this. In Brazil, where there are, if you're not aware, wildfires happening in the largest tropical wetland in the world. They are still raging and out of control.
A hike through the lush green mountains of Brazil's Atlantic rainforest, searching for the world's last remaining golden lion tamarin monkeys.
Listen, they're coming.
These small copper-colored monkeys were once on the brink of extinction, with only 200 left. Now golden lion tamarin families are growing and have become stars among tourists in their native state of Rio de Janeiro. This success is the result of efforts to reforest the region and build a bridge over a main highway for safe passage.
But we are trying to convince that the forest can have more economic value. And ecotourism is one of the activities that we are sharing with the local communities, with farmers, to say.
Ecotourism, a booming industry in Brazil, is worth billions of dollars. But this year, it has taken a hit with droughts in the Amazon and fires in the Pantanal, the world's largest tropical wetlands. This family from the United States has just been there.
I was here almost 10 years ago with a group, and at that time it was very wet. It was like Waterworld, and it was beautiful, and I fell in love with it. So almost 10 years later, I wanted to bring my grown children back. It was very changed, much drier.
Although Rio de Janeiro is almost 2,000 kilometers from the Pantanal, local ecotourism has felt the fire's impact.
The Pantanal is Brazil's ecotourism capital, much more than Rio de Janeiro, but with trips cancelled due.
Okay, so yeah. It is affecting people in Brazil on multiple levels. That said, I do feel sometimes like ecotourism isn't necessarily the best. Necessarily the best thing, even though I think we all like to go on vacation. I think traveling across the world to look at something. I don't know. There's something paradoxical about destroying the environment to look at it. But I'm not going to sit here and just go off on ecotourism is not the main contributing factor to the destruction of our environment. Let's talk about something that is. Let's go to this. Oh, wait, no, first, let's look at this. Actually, yeah, no, let's look at this first. This was in Europe. Can't remember where exactly, but protesters. Oh, it was at the G7. That's right. So it was in Italy. Is that good for Gabby? My God. I haven't seen you in a chat for feels like ages. Ugh, good to see you. Good to see you. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Yeah. Let's look at this. A group called Extinction Rebellion, which I love. I love that name. I also hate it because it makes me sad. But it's a very apt name for a climate protest group. They decided to chain themselves up outside of the G7 summit. And I figured we'd watch part of this protest here quickly.
Climate activists from Extinction Rebellion have chained themselves at the gate of the G7 Media Centre to protest against what they say is a lack of action in climate change policy. One protester accused G7 leaders of taking no measures, while another stressed the need for radical action. The G7 gathering is focusing on migration, global conflict, and the spread of artificial intelligence. But perennial issues such as climate change will also be discussed.
Yeah, but the G7, those are the 7 biggest
if we want to talk about
economies.
What's causing all the climate chaos...
Hey, hold on, pal. Hold on. You're moving too fast for me. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, but the G7 represents the 7 biggest economies in the world. They're also, maybe not shockingly, 7 of the biggest contributing governments to climate change. And or / countries in general. So, yeah, it's a fair place to go protest in my mind. Even if the agenda was not climate specific. In fact, in fact, I would say that the lack of concern about the problems with the breakdown of our climate at the G7 is a good reason to protest. Okay. What are we doing now? You worked in a monkey house? That's actually really cool. I didn't see that part. I was just too excited to see you in chat. I didn't even read the message you sent. Huh. Okay, now onto this video here, discussing one of the biggest contributors to climate change. And, I forget this guy's name, but, oh, Adam. It's in his... It's in the name of his video. Climate Adam. So yeah, Climate Adam here is going to explain to us something about methane that I didn't understand. Maybe you did, but yeah.
If we want to talk about what's causing all the climate chaos that we're dealing with, we have to talk about methane. This greenhouse gas is even more powerful than carbon dioxide, and it's leaking into the atmosphere from all sorts of places. But even though tracking it down is hard, cutting methane could be surprisingly easy and have huge effects. And if we play our cards right, methane could actually save us from a whole lot of climate change. I'm Adam, a climate scientist with a PhD from Oxford, sharing what you need to know about climate change. And right now I am in the middle of moving, as you can see, which is why this video looks very early.
Okay, hold on. Can't listen to him discussing his move. We don't have time for that. Okay, let's go here.
global warming than anything else, but it's not the only thing that we're emitting that's heating up the planet. And in second place is methane, and it's still a huge deal for our climate. Thanks to us humans dumping so much of it into the atmosphere, there's now 2.5 times more of it in our air than there was before the Industrial Revolution. So where's all this methane coming from? Well, methane is produced by a whole host of natural and human sources. Natural sources include things like wetlands, volcanoes, and termites? Termites? And what about the human sources? Humans have been adding to all this methane with things like fossil fuels, food production, and trash dumps. We'll come back to those and what we can do about them in just a moment. And we'll come back to the natural stuff and how it might not be so natural after all towards the end of the video. So don't go anywhere just yet. Okay, fine, I won't go anywhere. But you mentioned methane is a greenhouse gas. Right. So how's it any different to CO2? Well, the gas is made up of a completely different molecule. Carbon dioxide is, clues in the name.
Okay, hold on. We're not going to discuss the deep science on this one. Don't have time for that, but we do have time to talk about some other aspects of this.
Down the methane from cattle, like seaweed. Researchers have found that adding key ingredients, like red algae seaweed, to cows' food prevents microorganism in the cow's first stomach from making methane.
So I find that fascinating. Wait, hold on, let me finish.
Potentially cutting emissions in the burps by up to 90%.
90%? That's huge, because cows emit an incredible amount of methane from gas emissions, if you will, burping, farting, and algae, with seaweed, could be potentially very helpful in cutting this down, as you know, animal agriculture happens to be one of the biggest emitters of methane on the planet, and people don't really talk about it very much.
But we still don't know enough about the long-term impacts, so there's a lot of work to be done before techniques like this get widely adopted. But these animals aren't the only food with a massive methane footprint. And the next one honestly surprised me when I first learnt about it. Rice. You didn't even mention rice in your food video. Yeah, I know.
Apparently, also, there's, some stuff going on with rice. But there's also a solution.
Oxygen gets depleted. When microbes munch matter in these conditions, they produce a whole bunch of methane.
So it's PB Lord Galactic. Are you trying to give PB my title? Unacceptable. I won't have it.
What do we do about this rice methane? Well, since the problem's caused by flooded fields, we can...
That's one bad environmental thing that you do is eat meat. I sometimes eat meat as well, but as it turns out, there's ways to combat the amount of methane that's being produced by eating, at least in terms of cows. I'm not saying that we should all be eating more cows, but at least there's a way for us to cut down on the emissions caused by the cattle industry, which I think we should be trying to do as much as possible. And I would also point something out. Seaweed farms, there's been some science that shows that seaweed farms happen to do a great job of pulling carbon out of the carbon dioxide, like out of the environment, as they also, like trees, do the photosynthesizing.
the fields less, like alternating between flooding them and drying them out. Tests in countries like China and Vietnam show this could halve methane emissions and potentially boost yields and cut water use. And there are other tricks we could use too, like new strains of rice and even adding fish to the flooded fields.
Yeah, which is great. And I think people need to be really considering all these things, right? On every sort of level. But the way we do this is by educating people, by making decisions perhaps at a governmental level with regards to regulations. And now that's got to be all countries to some degree. But, you know, got to start somewhere, right? It's got to get John now. All of these things. Hold on. Let's move on a little bit further down the road on this discussion. Oh, right here. Okay, yeah, let's start right on here.
Which can make them pretty popular with people who hate smelly landfill fires. I hear that's quite a broad demographic. And speaking of appealing to a broad demographic, oh no, I feel a sponsor message coming on. Actually, no. I don't want the point of my videos to be selling you folks stuff you don't need. So I don't do sponsorships or even turn monetization on.
Oh, right.
Videos like this are—
Sorry, I totally forgot. I forgot that he did this in the middle of this here. Hold on. Yeah, here we go.
Methane, temperatures would actually global warming because the CO2. So if we suddenly stopped emitting CO2 but kept everything else the same in the atmosphere, that would basically halt global.
Actually, this is a really important point in this video. I gotta make sure we listen to this whole thing here. Okay. Because yeah, I want everybody to hear this because this is huge. Because we keep hearing about people trying to expand, like methane, extraction, like natural gas, right? That's what natural gas is, and it's not good. It's and for this specific reason.
What actually happens when we cut methane emissions? Well, that's the awesome thing. Because methane doesn't last long in the atmosphere, it works really differently to CO2. So if we suddenly stopped emitting CO2 but kept everything else the same in the atmosphere, that would basically halt global warming because the CO2 sticks around for ages. Exactly. So things would stop getting hotter, but they wouldn't get colder either. But if we did the same thing for methane, temperatures would actually start decreasing as the amounts of methane in the atmosphere gradually dropped. So that means that cutting methane isn't just about cutting global warming, it actually helps reverse it.
So, you heard that right. Cutting methane will... no, I'm saying it like him. Cutting methane will actually... help to reverse some of the climate change that's going on because of the fact that carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere much longer, but methane is like a fraction of that. I think it's like 10% of how long carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere. So if we can cut methane in all these places and stop drilling methane to send up into the atmosphere, we would actually be able to mitigate things much faster, right? So it's got to actually be our number one was got to be one of our main focuses here, right? Is figuring out how to stop the just the overproduction of methane just that we're releasing.
This isn't some...
And actually, I think that's about all we need from this video. We should probably move on. Oh, God. 4 hours in. We haven't even hit global news yet. This is taking forever. Okay. We are almost done with environmental stuff, though. So let's move it. Let's move it here. Yeah, I mean, active removal for CO2, definitely good, for sure. But it's not enough, right? We need to stop using things that create hydrocarbons to produce electricity, right? We gotta stop being living in a car-centric society, right? These are also big contributors to the carbon footprint, right? You can't just expect to capture all the carbon dioxide out there. And there's been, a lot of there's been a lot of research into it, but it's still it's just not enough, right? I'm not saying we shouldn't do it at all, but it also can't be this the way that it's being framed, especially by capitalists, is as a way to make their businesses carbon neutral. But that's the exact opposite way of what it needs to be. Can't be some sort of write-off, a carbon write-off for corporations. It's got to be a yes and, if you will. Okay, let's go to Asia and look at some drone footage here from recent mudslides after heavy rains in southern China.
Hello, I'm Matt Galloway, and this is the current podcast.
No.
In the year 79.
No, we don't got time for this. This is going way too slow.
通过昨天的航拍画面可以看到，在我身后100米左右的位置发生了一处，没有造成人员伤亡。那么，为什么昨天发生的险情一直没有处置呢？
路段和街心公园被水淹，预计今天部分地区仍将出现暴雨或大暴雨。
Wow, that wasn't a lot of footage, but said a lot in a short time. Goddamn, there's so many videos that I wanted to do today that I had to move past. But let's go on to this last one of the environmental coverage here in Singapore, where an oil spill has blackened parts of Singapore's coastline. This is an unfortunate story. This is horrifying. Do you know what I think of whenever I see an oil spill? I think, oh good, we just destroyed a part of our environment for something that's gonna slowly destroy the rest of our environment. How great. That's super great.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
So, shockingly, this never happens, but we're gonna have to do one of these here. And because we already played this music before, I guess I'll play. Should I play something different? What have I got on hand? I'm trying to think. Well, it's been good so far for me. I hope it's been good for you. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. It really helps me out. If you'd like to help me out even further in what I do here, the Galactic News Network, well, go to my Patreon and become a producer, where space benefits await you unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. If somehow Patreon's not your deal, you don't want all those sweet, sweet space benefits, well, you can get some different benefits by becoming a subscriber on Twitch. In fact, you could help support the Galactic Network without even having to subscribe. You could donate bits if you're not a subscriber type person. Really up to you. Anyways, enjoy this quick space intermission. Wow. Wow, I just noticed it. You all just got to 40 likes. Well done. You're about to get a... Whoa, whoopsies. What did I just do? Hit the wrong button. Either way, this is a dope song. You just reached 40 likes, which means you're gonna get another support character for global news. Really great job. Yeah, play that. Alright, I will be right back. I was just so excited for you to get 40 likes. I got completely distracted. Okay. I'm back. Wow, this is an extra long stream today. Super fun day Sunday. Sunday fun day. Gary has a couple moves and he does them well. That's 100%. 100% of 100%. Vergogna. That's not what I meant to do. That's the wrong sound. There it is. Okay. You're not sure who Gary's buddy is. Me either. That is a problem. And the fact is Mo and Noah knows who the bear is, but I don't know who the bear is. I forget the name. And if Mo and Noah was here, she could tell us. But alas, she has not. Who is Gary? This is Gary. Okay. That's Gary. Gary is in chat. All hail Gary. It is a secret YouTube emote, only for the most choosy of YouTube viewers. Okay. Let us move along to this, as it is now global news time. And it looks like we're going to, as usual, start with some space news. This is from South Florida, PBS, where now, as it is June 17th, Saturn is in retrograde. Oh, thank you. What would we do if we didn't know this information? Oh my god. Oh my god, I almost forgot. Oh, I almost completely forgot my duties. 10. Who is 10? I don't think we've gotten 10 yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have gotten 10. Right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have gotten 10. It's Riley. Riley. Did that not work? What's happening? Oh no, are we stuck on this one? I see. Well, Riley will appear in a little bit, but it's going to take a second because the stream software appears to be frozen. Ripley. Is it Ripley? Was it Ellen? I thought it was Riley. Ellen Ripley? Am I that bad at this? It is Ripley. Thank you. Ellen Ripley. I have it written down wrong. Ellen Ripley from Alien, but unfortunately, my stream software is frozen, so you're not going to see her until later. It is Ripley. No, you're right. I looked it up. You looked it up, and I looked it up, and you're right. I'm wrong.
Stargazers, Trace here. Planets and stars can be tough to tell apart if you're not used to looking for them. But to ancient people, it was obvious. They called planets wandering stars because they're fast and appear to change direction. Saturn is changing direction right now, so let's find it. Hit the darkness just before sunrise at 5:30 a.m. and look southeast for the ringed planet of Saturn. If you watch over time, you'll see it start retrograde motion, looking like it reverses in the sky.
Now, what's really important about this is that, you'll probably have, trying to think of some sort of dumb horoscope line. You'll probably be more likely to get into some sort of a business relationship, or perhaps, you'll find luck in your current endeavors. I don't know. I just wanted to laugh a little bit here about the fact that South Florida PBS felt it was necessary to tell us that Saturn was in retrograde. That's definitely necessary. Thank you, South Florida PBS. Let's go to something else, which I find more pressing. This is from 3 days ago out of 6 ABC Philadelphia, where former SpaceX employees are claiming illegal firings after they called out alleged gender bias, harassment, and a toxic work culture.
Illegal. Well, SpaceX and CEO Elon Musk have been sued by former employees who claim they were illegally fired in a lawsuit. The former workers claim that they were terminated because they raised concerns about gender discrimination and also sexual harassment at the rocket company. The suit was brought yesterday by 8 employees who were fired in 2022. They described a hostile Animal House-style work environment and accused Musk of creating that atmosphere. SpaceX and Musk have not commented on that lawsuit.
No kidding. Elon Musk has nothing to say about this? I'm shocked. I am shocked. But yeah, and actually, I wish we had time to talk more about this, and I wish I had more time setting all this up too, because there's some stuff that's been coming out about the work culture at at SpaceX that I've recently heard, which is just alarming. Just wild shit. But not shocking considering who Elon Musk is as a person. Okay. Let's just watch this for some fun before I break your spirits. Alright, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to break your spirits. But we do have to cover the global news, which is not great right now. So let's watch this.
Check this out.
Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Okay. I just thought children dancing to rave music was one of the most amusing things I've ever seen, and I hope you enjoyed it even slightly as much as I did. Some of those kids got some serious moves. Let's be real. That one kid who was breakdancing must have been like 6 or 7. Those were some wild moves. And it felt somehow, I don't know how, well, I guess I know how, they're all kids, but it somehow felt a little Father's Day-ish. Father's Day-ish. Okay, now let's look at this. And this story was completely disturbing to me, and honestly, it was really surprising to me considering who's currently the president of the country in question here. But granted, he does not run every aspect of the country. It's not a dictatorship. But this is from Brazil. We're going to start South America here. Where women are marching in the streets against a bill tightening abortion laws. Thousands of women in Brazil are protesting against a bill advancing in Congress that would equate abortions after 22 weeks of pregnancy to homicide. Wild. That is so frustrating. 22 weeks. It's not 16 weeks, but my God, homicide? Is that a joke? What in the fuck? That is insane. And the fact is, I love President Lula, and this is one of those times where I really wish, and I'm sure some other people do too, I really wish that Michael Brooks was still around. He had his finger on the pulse of Brazil so well, and just like Latin American and Southern American policy stuff that he was aware of. I really wish we had him to help us in this situation, as I don't have a great amount of context to add to this aside from just asking, well, what the fuck is happening right now. But yeah, let's move on to across the pond in the United Kingdom. Ooh, B-Cat still awake. I thought we were going modless in this piece here. Oh, PB going to bed. Good night, PB. Sleep well. Nobody's using this command. I shall use it. Okay. On to the United Kingdom. This is a BBC News election headline wrap-up from a day ago.
Hello and welcome to your election headlines. I'm Rita Chakrabarti. The Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has ruled out raising capital gains tax on people's main homes if Labour wins the election. It comes after the Conservatives repeatedly raised questions over Labour's tax policies. Sir Keir said that he can absolutely guarantee it won't happen over the next Parliament. He was speaking as he visited a hospital in Nottingham to discuss Labour's plans to clear the NHS backlog with their policy to create 40,000 extra appointments a week in England.
That will make a massive difference to those people on waiting lists. That's 2 million a year, and just as we did when we were last in government, we brought the waiting list down, so we will do so again.
The Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has been off the campaign trail today, going from the G7 summit in Italy to Switzerland for a peace conference on Ukraine with dozens of other world leaders. He said that he wants to find lasting peace on terms that are acceptable to Ukraine.
I'm pleased that the UK has played a leading role in providing support to Ukraine, the first country to provide lethal aid. More recently, under my leadership, the first country to provide main battle tanks, long-range weapons, to train Air Force pilots. That demonstrates the strength of support for Ukraine.
The SNP's Kate Forbes was in South Lanarkshire, focusing on Brexit and claiming that trade barriers have gone up since the UK left the European Union and have had a negative effect on the food and drink industry.
Of course they have.
Ms. Forbes said that only with independence could Scotland rejoin the EU.
Who could have predicted trade barriers from Brexit? Oh my God, that is wild.
And Sir Ed Davey continues to have fun here in Surrey.
Jesus.
The Liberal Democrats' focus is in fact on
can
crime.
barely
They
stand
want to
up.
scrap elected police and
Oh
crime
my God.
commissioners to release what they say will be an...
Why does British politics sometimes feel like that Monty Python sketch, like particularly in this case of Was it the Twit Olympics? No, that's not the name of it. Oh god, I can't remember it. The upper class twit of the year, something like that. That truly reminded me of that sketch. Anyways, as you can see, UK politics very serious right now. We've seen milkshakes. We've seen ministers not being able to stand up. All sorts of shit. Okay, alright, let's move on from this. UK election. This honestly was not a very serious piece. Let's go on to this. God damn, it's late. I'm impressed that all of you are still here, considering how long we've been going. Alright, let's start to move east even more. This is BBC News from the Ukraine summit that was happening over the last few days.
World leaders will continue their meetings in Switzerland in the coming hours at the Ukraine peace.
Nigel Farage is a Nazi. You know, I can't speak to his actual particular fascist preferences, but he certainly is a fucking piece of shit. I mean, he's the one who basically masterminded Brexit, which was an incredibly xenophobic policy. So, certainly has some very Nazi-esque vibes to him.
Late on Saturday night local time, a draft communique was issued. It reaffirmed the territorial integrity of Ukraine and stated unambiguously that any threat or use of nuclear weapons against it was inadmissible. It warned that food security must not be weaponized in any way. The draft also called for a complete exchange of prisoners of war and for the return of displaced Ukrainian children and civilians. More than 90 heads of state and governments are attending. It makes it the largest world leader gathering solely focused on Ukraine since the invasion began more than 2 years ago. But Russia has not been invited and China is not attending. Sarah Rainsford filed this report from day one at Borgenstock.
Shattering the peace of a Swiss mountainside for the cause of peace in Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky came to meet delegations from all over the world.
No, I just feel like I need to pause it because the thing is, I think it's like a bad choice to not bring Russia to the peace summit, right? Even though we know what Russia wants, generally Putin has not really made that a secret. I just think that you know, it would be good to have both parties there for peace. Because like we were saying earlier, and actually we weren't saying it, who was it? Lloyd Austin, for the first time saying something true, said that Russia could end the war, just, you know, whenever it wants to, but it just is continuing to attempt to seize more territory. It's a choice that Putin could make, but is not. And I don't know. I feel like including Russia in the conversation could potentially be helpful in diplomacy. Usually you need words for diplomacy. Just gonna point that out.
Coming together here to begin seeking out a path towards ending the war waged by Russia. Talking peace is new territory for Kiev, but now it's seizing the initiative, hoping for a broad global alliance that can help push for a settlement on Ukraine's terms.
101 states and international organizations are now at the summit, and this is a tremendous success, our success, the common success of all those who believe that a united world, United Nations are stronger than any aggressor.
I'm not sure declaring people coming together as a success in this way, because it doesn't actually achieve peace. But I mean, I know that he's seeing it as a success for Ukraine in particular, because it is securing funding for Ukraine in this instance.
Russia wasn't at the summit because Ukraine believes scenes like this show Vladimir Putin's not interested in peace, just destruction and domination.
No kidding. That is a fucked up picture. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now let's look at one more piece regarding this to kind of illustrate what it is that Ukrainians are going through right now. This is from 12 hours ago, from footage underground where schools have been built in Kharkiv to evade Russian bombing.
Leaders discussed the war in Ukraine. The CBC's Briar Stewart visited an underground school in Kharkiv. It's just another way students have to adapt to a conflict that's been going on for more than 2 years.
I'm in Kharkiv in northeastern Ukraine in one of the city's underground classrooms. They have 5 different schools that are set up in metro stations. In fact, if you look through the glass here, you might be able to see the track below me. There's been trains coming back and forth here through the morning. Now, even though it is the middle of the summer, you still have classes going on for young children. So we're going to come into this classroom here. Inside here, you have children who are 5 and 6 years old, and they're...
Okay, I think you get it. I mean, children are having to go to school underground in Ukraine to avoid being killed. And the fact is, this piece frustrated me. I wasn't expecting to be as frustrated about it. And it has nothing to do with what they're saying. It's got to do with the fact that it just rings with parallels to Gaza. And yet we continue to treat the two situations as somehow being just incredibly different. And I think that's really just what frustrated me about it, you know? Like, beyond the obvious, I think. But let's go on to something that we have been talking about for a while in southern Asia, which is the civil war, the ethnic cleansing, and other things that have been happening in Myanmar. Now, this is from South China Morning Post from a day ago. They're one of the first outlets that I've seen actually go and do civilian interviews in Myanmar to this extent, which is why I thought this was a valuable video to see, to help provide more context on what's happening there. This is entitled, Is There a Way Out of Myanmar's Civil War?
Buildings left in ruin. The coastal town of Paktau in western Myanmar has been decimated from recent fighting between rebel forces and the ruling military junta. Its 20,000 inhabitants paid a heavy price for massive air bombardments from the junta.
Photos are just...
The Arakan Army, one of the strongest components of Myanmar's anti-junta forces, wrested control of the city. Several people have asked for anonymity for the safety of themselves and their families.
I haven't joined the Arakan Army just because I am worried about who will look after my child. If not, I would join them and fight back. I will be satisfied only if I can have revenge.
In the country's southeast, other militias captured the major border city of Myawaddy, but quickly lost control a few days later. For every loss, though, the rebels have made gains. The junta has ceded direct control of over 86% of its territory since the start of the conflict in 2021, according to the watchdog's Special Advisory Council for Myanmar. As the country remains mired in conflict, is there a way out of Myanmar's civil war? The tide seemed to have turned against the junta in recent months.
The military is losing territories.
I know you all deserve another support character. Unfortunately, my stream software is now frozen, and I haven't been able to add one as it has not. Is this whole time it has not refreshed itself, and we're stuck on 3. It's very frustrating. I wish I could. I genuinely do. I rolled the dice. It's Ripley. I'm sure this probably doesn't help, but maybe you could imagine Ripley being there. Just fucking with you. I'm sorry.
Ethnic resistance organizations, ethnic armed organizations, they are gaining power. The territories are becoming independent, and people are refusing to support the military. There is another entity, the National Unity Government, that has democratically elected representatives who are willing to, who should be recognized as the legitimate government. So there is hope. There is hope for Myanmar to become democratic again.
Myanmar's military staged a coup against the country's democratically elected government in February 2021. Since then, General Min Aung Hlaing has ruled over the country through the State Administration Council. After a brutal crackdown on civilian protests, militias loyal to the overthrown government, the People's Defense Forces, rose up in rebellion.
Okay, hold on. There's more to look at with this. We can't watch this whole thing. But the fact is that this situation is incredibly complex, and there's multiple armed factions, including the military junta. Many of them, in fact, I think a majority of them have been involved in different kinds of ethnic cleansing in the area. And, you know, millions of Rohingya people have been expelled from the country, thousands and thousands killed for their religious ethnic affiliations. And so it's really hard to be like super pro any particular side, aside from saying there needs to be democracy here. There needs to be an end to the ethnic cleansing, among other sort of things like that. You know, just sort of reasonable shit. Because, you know, the fighting is only causing more and more suffering. Hold on, there's more interviews I wanted to look at here. Which one is it? Got distracted by my own monologuing. Actually, let's listen. This
is a loss of course, humiliating loss of face and logistical sort of control, but essentially it's the loss of control over billions and billions and billions of dollars of trade, both legal, in and out of the country, that country that needs a lot of stuff, and illegal, the illicit economy, which is absolutely vast in Myanmar, from drugs to contraband of all kinds.
While the military remains in control of the Burmese heartlands and the country's major cities of Yangon and Mandalay, it has been forced to adopt drastic measures to ensure its survival.
Now, I'm going to point this out because South China Morning Post seems to be ignoring this fact, but the military seized power from the democratically elected president of Myanmar. So they're not like some sort of shining bastion on a hill, like protecting the people. They've done some pretty fucked up shit.
That they have any limits right now, because it's been 3 years since the coup and they are showing no signs of reducing it. In fact, they're forcing people to join the military to fight for them and fight against the people of their own community.
The military government enacted conscription in February 2024, forcing young people aged 18 to 35 to join the Tatmadaw with the aim of enrolling 60,000 people every year.
And this has had a deep impact on the young population in Myanmar. We have seen that there's been an exodus of people who've been wanting to flee the country to evade these orders, to evade these conscriptions, because what we have documented is that the military soldiers are basically ending up at the homes of many of these young people and forcefully picking them up and taking them to trainings where they're asking them to hold guns and, do forced labor for the military.
Okay. So yeah, honestly, and I don't recall them actually having a real great solution in this video. I think my solution's probably pretty good. Not that I think it's going to be put into place, but probably be good if those people got democracy rather than military rule and constant fighting. Information about world affairs in the West is radically false, e.g. Pinochet and the Shah of Iran. Wow, there's a lot of people that you're claiming are... Are you suggesting that the Shah of Iran is just like a great guy? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, let's go to this. Going to the Middle East now. I'm going to take a little bit of a U-turn backwards into Yemen here, where according to this piece from Euro News from a day ago, the United States has launched a wave of strikes on Houthi rebel targets in Yemen. Now, they are the only people who covered this, and I don't know why.
I don't want reality.
The United States military has launched attacks on radar sites operated by the Houthi rebels in Yemen. That's in retaliation for strikes by the Houthis on shipping in the Arabian and Red Seas, they say is linked to Israel. The Houthis claim their attacks are in solidarity with Palestine, but the strikes often see ships unrelated to the war targeted. The attacks have halved traffic in a maritime corridor crucial for cargo and energy shipments between Asia, Europe and the Middle East.
Yep. United States striking
But first, our regular viewers and
nations
readers
in the Middle
have known...
East, essentially acting as a wing of the IDF right now. My God, it is so late. I can't believe we've been going for almost 5 hours tonight. This is one of the longest streams we've done. Let's look at this. This is from a day ago from the Electronic Intifada, where, according to them, the London Times is the first mainstream outlet to debunk Israel's mass rape hoax.
But first, our regular viewers and readers have known for months that Israel's claims of mass rape by Hamas fighters on October 7th are a total lie, a fabrication that has been used to incite and justify Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza. Israel has identified no victims, living or dead, no credible eyewitnesses, and no forensic evidence to support the claim that sexual violence was used on a wide scale as a weapon of war on October 7th. But if, like most people, you read the New York Times, watch the BBC, the CBC, or read The Guardian, or stories from Associated Press, among countless other mainstream outlets,
we do hear
you would think all these lies are true, that this campaign of rape really happened, and that only very marginal people would deny it. Now there is a significant, if only partial, break-in break in this wall of lies, and Ali is going to tell us more about it. We're also going to talk about a late-breaking development, the publication this morning of a report by the UN Human Rights Council's Independent Commission of Inquiry and what it says about those claims. Ali, so what is new in this story that we've been covering and debunking over and over again for much of the last 8 months?
Yeah, thank you, Nora. The first new development is that the Times of London has become the first mainstream publication to acknowledge that there is simply no credible evidence for Israel's mass rape claims.
And just to be clear, you're talking about the Times of London, not the New York Times.
That's right. The Times of London has no relationship to the New York Times, even though both are often just known as the Times in their respective countries. But since we're going to be talking about both of them, I'm going to try to be clear which one I mean. Now, the Times of London is centuries old, but for the last few decades, it's been owned by Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation, and so it's considered quite right-wing. And like other mainstream media, it participated fully in spreading Israel's genocidal lies. You can see, for example, this front page from October 11th, spreading the lie that Hamas beheaded Israeli babies.
Right. So it's surprising that a newspaper like the Times of London would publish a story debunking the mass rape lies. Tell us about.
Yeah, they're basically debunking themselves. But it's actually kind of nice to see major Western publication fact-checking itself on these things.
That story, of course.
Yeah, you can see the headline of the article here was published on June 7th. Israel says Hamas weaponized rape. Does the evidence add up? And then the teaser says the Israeli government insists that Hamas formally sanctioned sexual assault on October 7, 2023. But investigators say the evidence does not stand up to scrutiny. Catherine Phillip and Gabriel Weiniger report on 8 months of claims and counterclaims, end quote. So as you can see there, the Times of London is framing this cautiously, but when you read through all the caveats, it's clear what the article is saying. There's no evidence for Israel's key claim that there was widespread sexual violence ordered and planned by Hamas as a weapon of war. Where they hedge their bets and allow Israeli propagandists to score a few points in the article is by claiming that, well, maybe there's no evidence of systematic rapes ordered by Hamas, but there were probably still a few isolated incidents here and there. I've said in previous episodes of this live stream, and I stand by this, that our analysis shows that not only was there no mass rape, no deliberate use of sexual violence as a weapon of war, but that there is no credible evidence of even a single rape on October 7th.
I just thought that 3 or 4 minutes there really nutshelled the bogusness of these claims that have been used to incite anger and hatred towards Palestinians and to help propagate the claims that Israel needs to go ahead and destroy all of Gaza, which we all know is an absolutely ridiculous thing to even suggest, let alone carry out. And you know, this is one of the things that they have, well, hung their hats on is a rather callous way, but essentially been using as its main sort of reason to end these supposed atrocities that happened, or to somehow get vengeance for these things, but there's no evidence for it. And with even just a little bit of journalism being done, it's becoming more and more evident that that is the fact. Okay, let's move on to this, as another agency is warning of catastrophe in southern Gaza, where Rafah resides. This is from the Senior World Food Program. What just happened? Oh my god. It just turned that into a freaking... There we go. Oh my god, that's wild. I've never seen it do that. That's insane. That should
An official with the UN's food agency has warned of a catastrophe in southern Gaza as fighting between Hamas and Israel continues. Deputy Executive Director of the World Food Programme, Carl Scow, said the agency's main concern was in the south, where hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have been displaced from the city of Rafah.
Here we have really a protection disaster and a water and sanitation catastrophe.
Oh shit, I forgot to switch.
People are camping on the streets, on the beach, at best with some piece of shelter. But we were driving through rivers of sewage. It's just a terrible, terrible.
Palestinians in Gaza are facing widespread hunger.
Hello to you, Morbius. Good to see you back. Sorry to hear that you're having phone battery problems. Really sad that my software won't let me add more support characters right now. It's very frustrating. Okay, moving on. Let's just watch this. Just a piece of this. This is from Al Jazeera.
Let's go live now to central Gaza and speak to Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud in Deir al-Balah. So, Hani, Israeli airstrikes have been intensifying. What's the latest you can tell us on the ground there?
Well, good morning and Eid Mubarak to all the colleagues. And the Israeli military continue to pound across the central area and the southern part of the strip, mainly Rafah city, in retaliation to what appeared to be the biggest loss for the Israeli military, as Hamas and its military fighting groups on the ground ambushed an armored vehicle and leading to the death of 8 soldiers, as the Israeli military stated in retaliation.
Yeah, so if you hadn't heard, 8 Israeli soldiers were killed in operations in central Gaza. I just honestly though wanted to watch that show because I keep forgetting this guy's name, but that guy has been in the same place for 8 months, and it just kind of brings me happiness to see him alive. Every time we see him, because this guy has been at it literally in a combat zone, reporting without fail. And it's good to see somebody doing journalism in Gaza, since pretty much no one's allowed in there. Okay. Now let's talk more about this situation with the death of the Israeli soldiers, as I think it's worth talking about for a number of reasons, which we'll get into here shortly. Let's go to this one first. Actually, no, we're going to get back to that. First, let me hit this one up, actually. No, actually, I think I might even talk about it, this one, too. Anyways, let's just go to this one from France 24 English from 18 hours ago, where they discussed the decision of a tactical pause, which the IDF has declared very recently.
Gaza, where this Sunday the Israeli military announced it would halt its operations for 11 hours each day to allow for the movement of humanitarian aid. The pause would only concern parts of the south and take place from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. local time. That announcement comes as aid groups warn of a growing risk of famine in southern Gaza, and a day after 8 Israeli soldiers were killed in a blast near Rafah. Well, the Israeli military emphasized that despite the pauses, the fighting there would continue. Well, for more, we can cross now to our Jerusalem correspondent, Iris Mackler. Iris, what else can you tell us about these daily pauses and how they came about?
It began yesterday. It is 11 hours long from the south, Israel's border with Egypt effectively. There'll be a corridor that will reach the south and center of the Gaza Strip, delivering aid there. It came about, by the way, I don't recall a longer pause in the previous temporary pauses that have been here. I don't recall an 11-hour pause. And it came about because of the closure of the Rafah border crossing. You'll remember that Israeli troops took that crossing on the 7th of May. Egypt, which is that border crossing there, closed it. So most of the aid that came into the south is not coming in. It's had political ramifications inside Israel, because we heard this was announced yesterday and the politicians said, we don't know anything about this, including the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister. And then they demanded a clarification and were told that fighting would go on in the north and in the night, but that this was being done for humanitarian reasons. There was a lot of criticism of the military for making this decision, and I've just seen a pushback from them saying it was a military decision. It was done on the general instructions of the politicians, which were that...
Okay. All right, now let's move on to this one from 14 hours ago, where the leader of Hamas, Haniyeh, said that Hamas's ceasefire response aligns with the principles of the deal. Now, if anybody here is unaware, Hamas has multiple times agreed to ceasefire deals that Israel then declined to accept. This recent objections that Israel has been making are sort of a continuation of that.
The head of Hamas's political bureau, Ismail Haniyeh, says the group is ready to accept an agreement that guarantees a permanent ceasefire. He says it also wants a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, reconstruction and an exchange deal.
Hamas showed great seriousness and flexibility in order to reach an agreement that would spare the blood of our Palestinian people and stop the Israeli aggression. This was reflected in our acceptance of what was mentioned by President Joe Biden in his speech, as well as our welcome to the Security Council resolution that was issued a few days ago.
Exactly. And if any of us have forgotten the details of Joe Biden's supposed Israeli ceasefire proposal, was ceasefire, the withdrawal of Israeli troops, the facilitation of aid, prolonged ceasefire talks for a permanent ceasefire, and the rebuilding of Gaza by way of Western funds.
We gave our response to the mediators through a joint delegation between us and our brothers in the Islamic Jihad movement in Qatar. Our response is consistent with the principles put forward by President Biden's speech and with the Security Council's resolution regarding the 3 stages of the deal and the terms of the ceasefire.
Absolutely. The UN Security Council also approved this deal, which was put forth.
The Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting there, so Hamda Salhout now joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. So any reaction there in Israel to the comments we're hearing from Hamas members?
Well, there's always reaction from Israeli officials when leaders in Hamas speak out, but all of those comments are usually anonymous to Israeli media. And some of those comments that have been relayed anonymously, of course, have been saying that Hamas is the reason there hasn't been a ceasefire, that the deal that the Biden administration had laid out was, in fact, rejected by Hamas. The Israelis saw it as a negative response. So we've been seeing a lot of pointing the finger, a lot of back and forth between the Israelis and Hamas. Each side blames the other for why there hasn't been a ceasefire agreement. And the anonymous Israeli officials ended their statements to Israeli media by saying that Hamas was, in fact, the one who violated the previous ceasefire agreement back in November, where, again, Hamas accuses the Israelis of violating that deal. But let's remember that both sides have really tough sticking points that we've been talking about for months. Hamas wants to see a total end to the war, a withdrawal of Israeli troops, where the Israelis have said that until all of the goals of the war are achieved, that's simply not going to happen.
The fact is the Israelis have said multiple times that they want the destruction of Hamas, which means essentially that Israel wants to, I mean, at least it sounds like they just want to kill every Hamas member, essentially, anybody who could potentially be considered Hamas, which is a ridiculous thing to be asking for, right? And in fact, there has been ceasefire deals posed by Hamas. What do you call it? What's the word? That have been brokered by either Qatar or Egypt, and those included, in some instances, Hamas claiming that they would lay down their arms in entirety for a full end to all hostilities, which completely flies in the face of the Israeli narrative. Now let's move on to this one from a day ago to discuss further the 8 Israeli soldiers who were killed in the Rafah ambush.
It's the biggest single-day loss for the Israeli army since January. The military confirming that 8 Israeli soldiers from the Combat Engineering Unit were killed in Rafah when their armored vehicle exploded. Reaction from across the political aisle poured in, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying despite the heavy losses, the fighting must continue.
Don't let anyone distract you from the simple and clear fact. Despite the staggering cost, we must stick to the goals of the war, destroying the military and structure of Hamas, returning all our hostages, making sure that Gaza will no longer pose a threat to Israel, and returning our residents safely to their homes, both in the north and south.
An initial army probe into the incident showed the combat engineering vehicle was attacked after a night of fierce fighting in Gaza's southernmost city. But the military is now investigating the possibility that the vehicle was hit by an anti-tank missile. Israeli army spokesperson Daniel Hagari says there have been achievements, but that Israel is still facing challenges.
Along with the significant achievement, we have to honestly say that we will not be able to return everyone home in this way. We will continue to act in all ways in order to create the conditions for the return home of all the abductees as quickly as
Now, the more casualties that Israel inflicts, the more casualties that are inflicted here on Israel, the more people are going to start getting more and more upset about this, right? Because as it's gone on for this whole time, Israel has not incurred very many casualties in this onslaught of Palestinians, right? I mean, the fact is there's been so many civilians being killed, so many bombs being dropped, there hasn't been a whole lot of opportunity for Israeli soldiers to die. But as they have ramped up their on-the-ground assault, it has, in fact, presented opportunities for these people to die. And it's just a fact that when you engage in any kind of military operation, people could fucking die, right? But Israelis have been kind of guarded from this because of the complete inequity in the two sides, right? The technological capabilities of Israel in comparison to Hamas are just there's a vast gap between those two, right? Which has afforded Israel to be able to conduct this genocide without incurring any real casualties of its own in comparison. Let's talk a little bit more about how people are getting upset. This is from a day ago, where thousands in Tel Aviv came to the streets to demand the release of hostages.
Thousands of people have staged a protest in Tel Aviv to demand the Israeli government do more to secure the release of the hostages still being held by Hamas in Gaza. Hamas launched an incursion into southern Israel last October, killing around 1,200 people and taking 250 others hostage.
Oh, Euronews didn't feel like telling us about the 40,000 Palestinians that have been killed or the 80,000 that have been injured, had their limbs blown off by bombs or otherwise. I'm not ready to live in a world full of death. I'm not ready to live in a country with a government that sends us to settle in the borders and fight in wars and in the end abandons us.
One of the aims of Israel...
Well, this is one of the big problems with the settler colonial project of Israel and the continued expansion of that project that is going on to this day in territories that aren't Israel's, that it is annexing at will by putting settlers at risk, allowing, and in most cases, almost all cases, supporting them in doing so, not just financially, but militarily, as they often have military police aiding them in these projects. And yeah, so, I mean, the hypocrisy is there. I'm just not sure that that young man is quite putting all the pieces together. But there has been a growing sentiment of ending the war, quote unquote, in entirety from Israelis, which was not there previously, although it is not in any way a majority opinion at this point. It is an increasing minority opinion. Let's... Oh, geez, we're at the last... Wow, you made it so far. Good job, everyone. Let's end this with a video from Zateo, where Mehdi Hassan did an interview with one of the hostages being held by Hamas. They're one of their nephews who came on to the show to tell Mehdi Hassan that he wants a ceasefire.
There have been competing claims about what happened on Saturday when 4 Israeli hostages were rescued from Gaza, but hundreds of Palestinians were killed and injured in the process. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the operation heroic. Gazans, on the other hand, are calling it a massacre, with reports of men, women and children being torn to pieces due to heavy bombardment. But one quote-unquote response that stood out to me was from the head of Israel's Hostages and Missing Families Forum medical team, Haggai Levine, who simply described it as not a way we can bring 120 hostages back home. He's right. There are still 120 hostages that remain in Gaza, including 79-year-old Avraham Munda, who was taken captive by Hamas from his kibbutz on October the 7th. Avraham was taken along with his wife, daughter, and grandson, all of whom were thankfully released during the hostage deal between Hamas and Israel in November. You remember, the one that got 105 hostages out safely without the deaths of hundreds of Palestinians.
I don't want reality.
In May, Abraham's nephew, Zahiro Shahamor, was formally questioned by Israeli police after taking part in anti-government protests calling for a deal to bring the hostages home. The summons marked the first time hostage family members were formally questioned by the Israeli police, but it's become a lot more common since then. So far, Zahiro has been arrested 7 times. Well, as reports suggest that the armed rescue of 4 hostages has undermined the prospects of a ceasefire and a deal for the remaining hostages, Zahiro joins me now from Tel Aviv. Zahiro, thank you so much for coming on the show. Appreciate
this guy
you taking the time.
This guy has been one of the most vocal people about getting the hostages back. We've seen him. I know this face. We've seen this guy multiple times at these protests, being one of the loudest people asking for the hostages back.
What is the latest? We've seen 4 hostages freed in this military operation. What is the latest that you're hearing on the other hostages still stuck in Gaza, including your uncle? Have there been any changes, any updates since the weekend?
Well, yeah, naturally, after getting 4 hostages out, the security on the remaining 120 hostages got tightened. And there are rumors, of course, we know this from rumors, but for extreme measures of security upon the remaining 120. And you're quite right. After almost 9, let's say 8 months of fighting, getting out 7 live hostages by heroic military operation is not a course. It's not a plan. It's less than 1 hostage per month. There are 120 hostages. It's 10 years time, according by this pace. It's basically the whole rescue operation is a tactical win for the Israeli side. Of course, we got 4 hostages back alive, and this is great. This is great. I know some of the families, and great relief.
Framing it as a win is pretty gross. We've talked about this, but 300 Palestinians were killed and hundreds more wounded for the rescue, quote unquote, of those 4 hostages.
But this is not the strategic solution. The strategic solution must come via a deal, negotiating a peace deal. The ceasefire, of course, is the first thing that we must do in order to sit down and talk, and this is not happening. And it's as many ask me, what has changed after the heroic rescue operation? I tell them nothing. We're on the same place that we were 2 days ago, a week ago, a month ago, 3 months ago even.
Zahiro, you mentioned a ceasefire, and I do want to talk about a ceasefire with you. But before we get to that, let's talk about your uncle. He's nearly 80 years old, Avraham. He can't be doing well in...
No. We've talked about this, too, in the past, is how the hostages are not doing better than the rest of Palestinians who are on the verge of famine, starving to death. There's not some extra hostage food lying around. It's what they have. It's what we see going in. It's the food that we see radical extremists on the borders destroying.
I don't see any evidence that the Israeli government, the Netanyahu government, has accepted a plan for a permanent ceasefire. What are you hearing or seeing from the government there?
That's the double talk of the Israeli government, as usual. Yeah. And
oh shit. Am I getting copyright struck by Sateo right now? Oh my god. What just happened? Is Teo doing copyright strikes? Oh no. Woof. I think I might have just been... I think I was just copyright struck. The second I took that...
As we have seen in many incidents in the previous months, since the government is reluctant to do what is necessary, what is needed, it's sabotaging its own initiatives. And this is why you're seeing, in Israel, you hear a completely different story about this initiative than in foreign media.
What do you make of Benjamin Netanyahu's approach to all of this? He's delighted at his rescue operation. He turned up to meet the four
being attacked. Well, I have no idea why that's happening, but we are deep into this stream, so I'm just gonna call it here since this was our last video anyways. Well, it would seem we've made it through another one, chat. Hope you all enjoyed. That's it for me. Till I see you next time. You stay glassy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Biddy, PB, Robot Cat, Morbius Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Owen Noep, Nadia, Miss Jen, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All of these people here, you see, have decided the Galactic News Network is important enough to help contribute their hard-earned money to the cause. You can do the same thing too and access sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy by clicking that link in chat.